It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com. All right, so welcome. Excuse me. We're going live for an Every Second Matters, the traditional Every Second Matters conversation. I've invited 30, 40 people. We'll see if the email went out and if anybody shows up. Got a Gizzard out there saying, hey, good evening. And M. Gabriel also saying hello. Welcome. Every Second Matters conversations are traditionally conversations live on the internet with an interactive format. So y'all who are joining us are part of the conversation. While we're getting started here, show of hands, people that are watching Never Enough Ammo's chat over there. Anybody watching Never Enough Ammo at the same time as this? We're corking him right now. This is his regularly scheduled time, but we are on top of him. Called corking. One of the people that made the first Every Second Matters was Quark, I believe. So, DJ's out there. Good evening. So, Matt's out there doing his chat right now. Here's what you might want to do. If you're interested, making a comment on Matt's chat, something to the effect of, Yankee and G-Webs were talking about Hasbro, and I agree with them that the future is, in the future, Hasbro will be making toys for kids and not so much for adults anymore. And that will, I think, be interesting. If anyone felt like it, going over there and commenting something to the effect of, I was listening to G-Webs and Yankee earlier, and I agree with them that Hasbro toys the future of Hasbro toys will be making toys for kids and not for adults. And that would be, I'm just saying, if people wanted to do that, it's a thing you could do. I'm just saying, you could do it if you wanted. There's a link right there. Here's the link. You could click on it. But anyway, Barbecue is doing some kind of chat. Well, that's Quark and me. He said he wasn't doing shows on Thursday, plus he shows a ripoff, so it's Quark and me. And this is Every Second Matters. It's been going on since 2013 on the second day of every month, so he's Quark and me. Anyway, so if nobody joins in, I don't care. I don't need people to make Every Second Matters happen. We'll watch a screen happen over here. We don't need people anymore for Every Second Matters. That was the olden days. People are the past, Grandpa. Let's bring this up, and let's bring up a different browser. A totally different browser altogether. A browser that a lot of people like and I don't like. And it's called Metal, or Chrome. And where we're going to go is a place called Bard. And it seems like nobody's interested in going over to Matt's chat and saying that. That's fine. You don't have to. All right, so Google Bard. Here we go. Stop it. Stop it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, do you have to sign in to use it? Oh, that's lame. Really? So, we'll go to ChatGPT then. Which isn't lame. Quit making that noise over there, my friend. Will you wait till the show starts to make? He doesn't even ever lick himself until the show starts. I gotta log into this one too. Dang it. Alright, well, I guess I'm not doing it on that browser. If I gotta log in, I might as well do it on my browser. A decent browser that isn't lame. Alright, so we'll go over to here and we'll. Oh, wait, now I've got to do it through. How do I do this now? Google. Buddy, what are you doing, man? Can you stop that for any minute length of time? Alright, so I guess we'll use this one. And saying hello again so it remembers me. That's creepy. Let's get this out of the way because that's bugging me. Alright, so let's see. What did we have in here? Second Amendment news highlights. So why don't we put in something like, what is the status of the Second Amendment in 2023? Hey, you want to be put down? What are you doing? Quit licking that whole area. Quit licking in general. We don't need any of that licking. All right, so here's what the robot, ASMR dog licking himself. I could probably make a channel like that, and then he would stop licking out of spite. Hey, I don't care. Quit it, buddy. Hey. He doesn't even care. I could say hey 100,000 times, and he would just keep licking. That's the way I feel he is about this. You should see the look he's giving. Oh, wait a minute. You can see the look he's giving me. Look at the look I'm getting out of this dog. They're about to see the look you're giving me. That's the look he's giving me. Like, it's my fault that he's over here making that noise for the whole show? Come on, buddy. Alright. I punched him in the mouth a bunch of times, but he's still making that licky noise. Alright, we're going to move this over. Now he's itching his own ear. Quit itching your ear. You wouldn't have an ear infection if you quit licking yourself all the time. That's how you get an ear infection. Alright, so it says, here's what I said. I asked the robot, Google robot, what is the status of the Second Amendment in 2023? Here we go. Google robot says, the status of the Second Amendment in 2023 is that it is a fundamental right of the individuals to keep and bear arms. The right is not unlimited, but the Supreme Court has held it is protected from government infringement. In recent years, the Supreme Court has issued several rulings that have expanded the scope of the Second Amendment. For example, in the 2022 case of the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruen, the court struck down a New York law that restricted the carrying of concealed weapons outside of the home. Jesus. The court held that the law was an unconstitutional infringement on the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. The Bruen decision, see now it's calling it the Bruen decision. The Bruen decision is expected to have significant impact on gun laws across the country. It is likely to lead to the invalidation of many other laws that restrict gun ownership and use. However, there are still some limits on Second Amendment right to bear arms. For example, the government can prohibit dangerous individuals such as felons and people with mental illnesses from owning guns. The government can also regulate the types of firearms that can be owned and the places where they can be carried. Overall, the Second Amendment is a strong right that protects the individual's right to own and use firearms. However, this right is not unlimited, and the government can impose some restrictions on gun ownership and use. Here are some specific examples of the status of the Second Amendment in 2023. The Supreme Court has ruled that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to own a gun for self-defense in the home. That's the howler. This Supreme Court has also ruled that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to carry a concealed weapon outside the home. The government can still prohibit dangerous individuals such as felons and people with mental illnesses from owning guns. Is it just going to state everything in bullet points instead of a paragraph? It's the same as it just said. The government can also regulate the types of firearms. You guys are just joining us. Good afternoon. Oh, I thought I stuck them in here. Hold on. Oh, I got bad internet. Welcome. He's just not saying anything, or else I got really bad internet. Oh, I'm wiggling them. I wiggled them in and out.
Yeah, I see how it is.
No, my internet's creepy and weird, so I wiggled you in and out inadvertently. So I'm just finishing up here with the robots status update on the Second Amendment. With the Second Amendment is a controversial issue, and there is ongoing debate about the scope of the right to bear arms. However, there is a debate about the scope of the right to bear arms. However, the Supreme Court has made it clear that the Second Amendment is a fundamental right that is protected from government infringement. So, but there's something to seek our teeth into here. But Happy Every Second Matters. Thanks for posting. I think you might be the only one I've seen today. No, I've seen Krabby also post. Krabby Turtle.
Yeah, Kingpin did a video this morning.
Oh, that didn't come up in my feed then. So maybe it unsubbed me from Kingpin, or else it just decided not to show me his video.
But I haven't seen a lot compared to the old days. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was ever that big a thing, but yeah, used to be dozens and dozens of posts at some point. At some points.
There's still time if you're out there. It's still the second where I'm at anyway.
Yeah, for a couple more hours still. Oh, it's only 8 o'clock. What am I saying? Yeah, 4 more hours here. I'm probably not catching everybody that's out there, but I'm trying to tag everybody who's out there with the bringing the names up on the screen here.
So yeah, sorry it took me so long to get in here. It took me a while to get the email. Not real sure what's up with that.
Oh, you just now got the email?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that could be my bad internet. Like, I got bad internet. I'm not even acting like I don't. And I don't know what's up. I'm not paying them more, because it's not like, I don't think that they go, oh, here's bad internet. Give us $20 more, and here's good internet. I think I have bad internet, and I give them $20 more, and I have faster bad internet. You know, like I just have bad internet. So I might go to some other service at some point, but right now I'm just dealing with it. I'm mostly doing this. I like to do stuff live. I appreciate it, but I'm doing this for the podcast side. Like a lot of people say, this is neat. YouTube is cool, but YouTube is it's one social platform. When we take the audio and post it out as a podcast, that gets distributed to a number of podcast places, and lots of people listen to it, and then it just gets more ears than it does eyes, I guess. All right. Well, that being said, hopefully other people will join in. I don't know if you heard me, but I said I invited, I think, like 40 people that have historically been on Every Second Matters before and haven't been in a while, but movers and shakers out there. They all have a link to watch it and to join. So anyway, I'm kind of curious. I haven't done a asking the robot brains what the Second Amendment is all about in a while, so I figured I'd do that anyway, or at least use this for our conversation starter. But if it's just us, I'm just going to keep digging into it unless you got something else to say about Second Matters or anything.
Happy Every Second Matters to everybody out there. Make sure and keep on spreading the word and sharing the message.
Is Bruno Mario's pup?
Must be.
It might be back when the puppy was on the screen. So, so I asked the robot from Google, the Bard, it's called, about the status of the Second Amendment. And I just wanted to see if anybody had gone over there and then said to Matt about Hasbro. No, nobody has. Boring, lame. Back in the day, we would have chats, fight each other in certain ways, and push each other around, knock each other over, and nobody is over there messing with him at all. Whatever. So I guess
I remember that.
Quietly. You can all sit quietly and politely over here if you want. But back in the day, we were rowdy on the internet. We had fun. So anyhow, the first paragraph here, the status of the Second Amendment, that is fundamental right of individuals to keep and bear arms, is that it is a fundamental right of individuals to keep and bear arms. Okay, fine. So then the next one is, this right is not unlimited, comma, but the Supreme Court has held, like, what the hell? But the Supreme Court has held that it is protected from government infringement. So that's a weird already in the second paragraph, second sentence of the first paragraph. Then we get into
kind of ambiguous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of like, yeah, exactly. Like, you're saying something here, but what? You know, like, you're already telling us you're steering off course. I feel like it. So then it says, in recent years, the Supreme Court has issued several rulings that have expanded the scope of the Second Amendment. And that's connotation there. That suggests that the Second Amendment existed and that the recent actions of the Supreme Court have changed the Second Amendment. In reality, the Second Amendment exists and laws have come along to constrict it, infringe or impose on it, and rulings have come along that have set the stage for those infringements to be removed. So is that expansion, or is that like regaining territory? That's not taking new territory. That's not expanding. That's just simply having the burden removed.
That's correct.
I'm not saying that right, but that's what I'm getting at. So that part gets me. They expanded the scope. So I'm not sure, if we're trying to teach this thing, do we tell it, hey, what are you getting at here? That's at least one point that I would say is a editable or a debatable element. Then it says, for example, in the 2002 case of, and I like the fact that it goes New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, the court struck down that the New York law that restricted the carrying of concealed weapons, well, how about just concealed firearms, right? Why are they weapons? Well, because you put a connotation on it. You want to suggest violence. You want to suggest, because is a fire extinguisher, I guess that's not a weapon, but is a steak knife a weapon? No. Like, is a baseball bat a weapon? No. Is a gun a weapon? No, not unless you're using it as a weapon, just like those other items. Gun is just like a fire extinguisher. It's just like insurance in your wallet. It's just like, the knowledge of how to keep your head on your shoulders. It's just an emergency tool. So unless it's actually used as one, this is connotation. This is suggesting, the robot is suggesting that people are trying to carry around acts of violence, implements of violence outside the home. And I just don't think that's necessary. Some people say this all the time. Like, they can't call a gun a gun. They have to call it a weapon. Like, they can't say, oh, the guy had a revolver. They'd say, oh, I have a revolver. And I don't know what that is. If that's an issue they have, or if it's, I know that there are some people that get trained that way, but that's something that's easily broken. The same way when people say shooters, when they're talking about murderers, that's an easy thing to change, habit. Anyway, I've been ranting here.
I mean, your point's well taken. Words do mean things, and they sway opinions. And a lot of times I think those words are used in the media to sway opinions. Just, people don't realize it when they hear that. Then they have this mental image in their head. And I got to think that's intentional.
Yeah, at first, when I first got into this whole thing and started paying attention to it with other people, so I've been aware of things my whole life, and then been pissed off about things like the assault weapons ban. That really bothered me. But what was I going to do? Talk to my 3 friends about it that cared? Nobody else in the world cared. By the end of the assault weapons ban, I had met enough people and done enough things, been on the internet long enough that it was a bigger deal. Like, there was people to talk about around the country that the thing ended, and then there was people to share the new things we were buying and stuff. So it was different on the other end of it. But anyway, I don't think that back in the day when I was first kind of paying attention, I would think, are they intentionally saying this wrong? Conflating, is that the word? I don't know how to say it, but, mixing up, mix matching semi-automatic and assault rifle. Like, did they not understand, or are they intentionally trying to keep other people from misunderstanding? And decades later, there's no way. Like, these people go to school to learn the English language. They go to school to learn how mammals' brains work, which has been completely documented, from the different responses we have that are, like literally knee jerk, right? Isn't that an example of a reaction that we can't prevent? Like, if somebody smacks us on the knee or whatever, like a doctor, you can't stop that. You can't hold that back. It's going to happen. I think that's why they call that knee jerk. Or does it just mean something that it means something you can't control, right? It's like an involuntary response.
Right.
So people understand these, that's how so many things are manipulated, the marketing and just the messaging of all different kinds of layers of society. So yeah, they're aware of the right terminology, the nomenclature, and they understand. I guess they probably pay it. I think, unless they're stupid, and they're getting paid by the 14th richest dude on the planet, and they want to impress them and get paid more, right? Or they hate guns and they want to get rid of guns, so they want to do their job well. So they're either inept completely, like completely inept. I don't mean like, oh, you're dumb. Like, I mean, they're beyond the pale, not capable, or they just pay attention and they know what gets us going. When they say AR 47 or AK 15, and they see that gets a response, gets people pissed or bugs us. When they're going to say that every single time, they're going to make it in their notes in their the book or whatever, like, hey, remember to say this over and over. This bothers them. Just saying everything is the NRA. I'm sure that they do that intentionally. Oh, we're against the NRA, knowing full well that the NRA is like a fifth of gun owners if it's lucky. Maybe a fifth of active gun owners or something.
No, but it's a popular target. And it's a good buzzword for them, too. So.
Well, it's easy for them, sure, and it's easy to keep the other side hating the NRA. But I mean, they understand. They're aware of the dynamics on our side, that our side is fractured by the NRA, or rifts, in because of the NRA, and that if you tell all gun owners, hey, you're part of the NRA, that they know that a good 60% of gun owners are going to be offended by that. 40% aren't going to care, right? And like a few of them are going to go, yay, But anyway, I think they're aware of. There's no way, with all the different Facebook stats and Google Analytics and numbers that we get, if we wanted to sell them a can of Pepsi and if they wanted to get elected, they're aware of these numbers. So they know these words. Anyway, the robot, I don't know about the robot. I think the robot has just seen enough articles written out there with this deliberate use of the language that it's interpreting it that way, and it's regurgitating that other people's deliberate use of the language, which is one of the things that bugs me, and one of the reasons I'm even doing this. Some people can ignore AI. It's kind of like ignoring, I don't know, CDs when they first came out. Oh, I don't like the songs on the first CDs, therefore I'm going to ignore CDs. Or I don't like the first couple of albums that came out on cassette tape, so I'm going to ignore them. It's inevitable that something else will come along, but for a while, AI is going to dominate everything for a bit. And the nature of AI, that I understand it, is it's a learning element. And when you teach AI, you're teaching AI. You're not teaching the left hand or the right hand or the foot or the arm. You teach it, and it incorporates its understanding to everything that comes after that. So there's a bit of potential decision, I guess, to make. Is the community, our people, or our organizations going to deliberately attempt to set the record straight as much as possible in a element like an AI? So I don't know. Like, I'll wait here. I'll just pause here. Stop ranting. Let Gizzards rant a bit. You think it's possible to change the AI? And then, depending on your answer, do you think it's worth resources and time on our side to put into that?
Well, I'm not real sure how you change the AI. I mean, it depends on where it's getting the root of how it does things and stuff like that. If it's picking it up from popular posts on the internet and stuff, then yes, it's possible. We could help with that. But if it's something that's set that way on purpose, and behind the scenes, there are controls in place for the AI and how it responds to certain things. And it's probably possible for them to tell it to do things like that. I I don't happen to know, but it's not just the AI we have to address, it's people in general. I mean, a lot of people use terminology like this not even meaning to. People in our own community, uh, just quite by accident, not having any kind of malintent or anything like that, use terms like that. I probably have myself. We have to train ourselves not to do that, because if it's effective for the other side's case to use terminology like this, then we have to be smart and do the same. We have to use language and terms that help sway people to the truth about the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms. And we do that by being very careful about the words we use when we post, when we talk on live streams and stuff like that. It's just something we need to be aware of. While I'm at it, I want to say hi to Ozzy out there. Ozzy joined us.
Right on. And Gabriel saying, I see misrepresentation and lies presented as fact all the time. That can happen in the present or like in the stream, but that's, buyer beware. That's caveat emptor or whatever. Is that same thing? Like that's the whole, we're capitalists. So we have to be, or we are expected to be vigilant. We're expected to be on guard for people lying or cheating or stealing or something. Not that that's acceptable. It's just that we understand that freedom is has risk, and part of that is people lie, cheat, and steal, right? So, well, I don't know where I was going with that. But I think that we just have to understand that. I guess I was saying that people are going to do that in the present, but then, well, at least I value the idea of having archive, having documented fact in different ways, on different platforms and different medias and in different ways, and then over and over throughout time, so that it can be challenged. That if someone does hear the lie or the misrepresentation, that can be researched, right? That can be validated or reviewed, and they win if we can't, and they win if we don't. But if we don't, that's something every individual has to decide, right? But can't is a factor of if the research is there to be found, right? So that's something that we can act on. So whenever I see I guess after years and years of seeing those misrepresentations and lies going unchallenged, I was like, well, you know what? We got the internet. We can build stuff. So one of my projects over the years has been to, create stuff that can be found online. And I only, there's a couple of things I wish I would have done differently, obviously, over the years. Aside from footnoting it, what I do like is that the internet takes records of it. So even though I didn't footnote everything, it's going to be possible. Like I didn't make up stuff. Like the stuff that I wrote, let's say somewhere and put it on a website, the history of somebody, the history of a gun shop or the history of a gun or something. I found that somewhere, and if something's got the entire internet in its brain, it's going to understand that I found this over here. But all this happened in time previous to now, right? So before the 2020, let's say, rollover. So what that means is everything that's been laid down on the internet since, let's say, 2023, how much of that is AI? How much of that is just fake words robots created? The robots that know every other word that was written, laid down some words that are similar, but they're not real words. They're not research. They're just probably right. I think there's something to having stuff out there that's human made and not AI made that exists. And, for this reason, so that people who understand that they can be lied to have a way to challenge or research that. There's probably other ways to deal with it, like being able to challenge them. We've talked about in these kind of conversations having some resources, like maybe couple of different index cards or business cards or something that you could carry. And if someone was going to go crazy about gun-free zones, you could give them a business card that had some information and links and references on it or resources on it. You do that for a couple of different topics, or at least have that in your head to be able to, if somebody's bringing this up, well, then here's what I can bring up. But aside from that, I mean, you can't stop someone from misrepresenting to try to exploit the situation or just lie or cheat. I don't know. I'm ranting, I guess, but
No, but I think and it's important to us, and I'm just as guilty as a lot of not having words at the ready. And I think we need to practice having conversations with people, because yes, you're right, we are going to encounter that. Maybe not violently opposed to what we do, but you're going to have people who say, well, I don't believe in this, and it's because of blah, blah, blah. And I think it's important that you, know the facts. I mean, obviously, we know that a lot of the stuff that is misrepresented out there is not true, but how can you state that from your side to be convincing, to where it seems like you know what you're talking about too, and maybe they should reconsider their position? So we need to be just as persuasive as everybody else. And you do that by knowing your facts. You do that by, doing the research and stuff like that. Why does the Second Amendment exist? Who said it exists? Know about these court decisions and stuff like that. Be as knowledgeable as possible. Nobody's going to be an encyclopedia out there. Also, you're right. Carrying something, even like me, I've gotten to where I carry not only a little pouch with a few of my business cards, but on the other side, there are some Every Second Matters cards from back in the day. Those are always real handy to hand out on, well, Every Second Matters. And I have, just to, give people information to go to and stuff like that. So you don't have to be a big deal. You don't have to be a Second Amendment crusader. And I hold up quotes as I say that. We are all basically evangelists for the Second Amendment, because it's important to us. And if we're afraid to get up on a pulpit and preach about it, that's one thing. But you should be able to have the conversation with somebody without getting right in their face and saying, you're wrong, blah, 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 blah. You don't persuade people that way. That's the first inclination, because it's easy to get angered, but you've got to get beyond that and present facts. And is it always going to be, are you always going to be successful? Of course not. But it's important to at least take the right step and put out that kind of effort, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, like you say, just to be prepared so that, if there's a private discussion, you don't have to get on a pulpit, like you're saying, you don't have to get on a stage and yell about it. But if, even if it's not with an adversary, but if someone, let's say you're in a room and something gets said, and then later on the person you're with says, what about that? What about what they said? Being able to have that useful conversation with that person, is valuable, right? And then that person can go away confidently knowing that, yeah, you've heard of this before, and this isn't anything new, and this is an incorrect assumption, or this is an attempt to marginalize, or whatever the strategy is. But then, once even if that's not your goal, is to get on stage or to challenge those people, or to even to post just content, right? Like to challenge the narratives. Having a few conversations with friends about these topics empowers you, or gives you the opportunity, at least to, if you ever do have an opportunity to have a conversation with the other side, to be more comfortable. You've had that conversation a few times before, in a not like a challenging, confrontational way, but like in a, hey, am I getting this point across? Like, now do you understand? And then again, if you've got some experience with that, you're not going to shy away from that conversation, right? You're going to at least be willing to have it, if not looking forward to it. And then I can't even imagine, we never really got, at least I'm not familiar with anybody who's gotten much past that, being ready and open to have conversations with either side on a bigger level than just my rights, my property. But to have had people, I mean, it would be neat to get a group of people who are interested and able to have those conversations, because then I think the next level would be people having conversations about their experiences. Like here, I've had, 8 conversations or 80 conversations or 18 conversations with, adversaries, people who don't agree with us. And this is what worked and this is what didn't. And that would move the playing field. That would move not just the ball forward, but that would help move that Overton window. If we could, instead of just getting together and griping because our rights and our property are misunderstood or attacked, if we started having deliberate conversations on a regular basis with adversaries or politically neutral people, and then updated each other on the successes and failures there, we wouldn't, we'd be creating a whole different situation, I think. But maybe I guess I'm definitely ranting in this one.
Well, a lot of it also depends on the time and place and the scene of the conversation that's taking place. For example, when we were in Houston at the NRA annual meeting, and there were a good number of protesters across the street yelling and screaming horrible things about gun owners and stuff like that. And there were people from my side of the street that were yelling things across the street. Neither one were really effective. That's not a real effective conversation, but it's also emotion driven and event driven. You got to realize that a lot of those people on the other side of the street screaming those things were put there for that case. They're driven by events in the news. They're driven by perhaps somebody telling them, you need to be here at this time and get these signs made up and yell. They're there to be with their friends. They're there to be on the news, perhaps. If you try to engage them in a meaningful conversation, you're probably not going to be successful. So, like I say, time and a place, and you got to realize where it's coming from. Now, most of my more meaningful conversations have been with, back in the past, coworkers. You work with somebody for a lot of years, and all of a sudden the conversation comes up when they find out you do gun stuff on YouTube or whatever, and they happen to mention, well, I don't believe in this, or I'm scared of guns or whatever. And you have that opportunity to say, well, here's why I do what I do. And you can address these things individually and in a sane manner and stuff like that. And if you can't completely sway them over, then you probably won't. Maybe that doesn't even need to be your goal. I think your goal needs to be make them aware of where you're coming from and make it seem like you know what you're talking about and you're also being logical, and maybe they'll walk away with, I never thought about it that way, which I think I've planted that seed a lot of times. And that at least puts you on the same ground with people on the other side where they don't think, oh, you're a gun owning fool, And if they come away saying, well, maybe I was wrong, then maybe you have achieved what you need to achieve that day. And like I say, I could be ranting at this point. That's just what I think.
Well, I'm glad you took some time to do that, because you brought up a million good points there. I was going to make some notes, but then I made a poll instead. So just because of one of the things you hit there, can conversations with the other side be useful? You talked about specifically at that NRA thing. And as you were saying that, because as you were describing it, what are they there for? Like you were saying, their mindset or their reason for being there. If they're, weren't you 16 or 15 when you were a kid, or whoever I'm talking to here? Didn't you do things like, oh, there's going to be something happen, and that means the news is going to be there. Let's go there and wave at the thing, and then we'll be on TV. Like that's a free and easy way to be on TV. If the news is going to be somewhere, and it's the kind of event where you can stand in the background and wave at them and hold a sign, now you're on TV, and you tell all your friends, hey, we're on TV. It may not be a big deal for some people, but if that's something that they know that they can get, I don't know, something for their blog or for their social media platform or just count coup, whatever it is, if they just want to do it for kicks, then that person is motivated by something other than, let's say, tragedy or something that's, let's just say, unspeakable. We don't have to get into all the details of the bad things that can happen in the world. But, if someone's motivated by something, you're never going to change their mind. Okay, that's a different conversation. But if we're talking that kind of that theoretical person that you mentioned, that person is there for the opportunity or to whatever, not because of their, they're not a person who's closed-minded. They're potentially there with an open mind. Then would that be a potential, conversation to have? Like, hey, you're here because you think guns are bad, but are they really? Like, blah, blah, blah. And then you find out that you've made them at least question the position, or maybe they weren't even they could care less. They were just there to literally wave. And now maybe you bring somebody over who's like, oh, wait, what was I waving for? Oh, my, no, wait, I should be on your side for sure, right? Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen every time, but this theoretical person, is there a potential? Now, that being said, we're talking theoretical and potential. I think you're also right that they're there to create a stage, a situation. So you could just as easily bring somebody there to hold a sign as bring somebody there to shout obscenities. And when the person who, on either side starts shouting obscenities, that is could eventually trigger or might, inevitably trigger someone on the other side to shout obscenities. And the right camera angle and the right pause and play makes it look like one side is doing all the shouting, right? And now you've created an opportunity for a bad, what's that called? Like bad publicity for the other side by instigating something that you ignore in your coverage, but now you've started something on the other side of the street, and that could apply to both sides. So I think there are people that are playing those kind of games in these situations, because really what they're looking for is the instant, right? The picture, the little clip, but they're not looking for the debate or the conversation or the calm discussion, right? They're looking for the instant or the little less than a minute clip of someone just shouting something horrible in response. You sit there and you just yell over the fence, that people who, wear cowboy hats are a-holes long enough in Texas, and somebody's going to yell back at you, hey, shut up, right? And if you ignored the person instigating the whole thing and you just filmed the cowboys saying, hey, shut up, it might look like cowboys are just mean, right? And in reality, they're just trying to defend their hat choice to some heckler. Anyway, I'm ranting also.
Well, you've got to be careful not to play into their hands. Yelling back is exactly what they want in that situation. They want explosive stuff for news bites and stuff like that. It's kind of like when I was there in Houston, I got approached by 2 different media outlets for interviews. And, when they asked me if I wanted to talk, of course I obliged them, but immediately it come into my head, okay, be careful of what you say and how you say it so it doesn't get interpreted or misrepresented on the media. So I was very careful to calmly explain, my views and stuff like that, to where they couldn't take sound bites out of that. Because, you've got to believe when the local news stations are out on the sidewalk, they're probably trying to get something sensational to put on their broadcast. And perhaps you aren't going to make their broadcast because you don't say anything sensational, but, you don't care in that case. And, you just want to be sure that if you're quoted, be quotable, It's all great to stand on a street corner and yell, shall not be infringed. And that's kind of the first instinct a lot of times, but it sounds meaningless and it sounds confrontational. So you've got to be careful if you're going to be quoted and stuff like that, to make it meaningful and don't be misquoted.
And that's where, again, hopefully, one of the instigations of this Every Second Matters project, the idea that on the second day of each month, we get together and talk about what the Second Amendment protects. The idea is that you have these conversations regularly enough that the topics and the maybe not every fact, we're not robots, but, the topics, for example, 2 or 3 deaths with a firearm are from suicide. We pretty much all know that. saying it the first few times, it's like a tongue twister because you're not used to saying it, and it's words like, how often do you say suicide? Very rarely, probably. And you're not used to bringing that up because amongst ourselves, we don't think about the horrible stuff that can happen in the world, right? But when antis only want to talk about the worst case of everything, that's where, again, they're going to stand on the graves of individuals who've chosen to commit suicide and dismiss any reason for that, any social, political, health, mental, right? They're going to dismiss any reason for that, but instead suggest that it's all violent and that it's all the cause of the firearm. And again, it's a manipulation at best, and it's deceptive. But anyway, when we're more comfortable with talking about these subjects, I can tell you from my experience, at least, when you're more comfortable talking about these subjects, because you've talked about them a few times, you've had practice talking to other people about this, just literally saying the words and getting your head around them. It can be an effective tactic, I guess, strategy to talk to other people on both sides, right? Like on our side, people are so used to saying, my right's my property. They stand next to somebody and they go, yeah, my right's my property. And then they walk away from each other like, damn right, our right's our property. Leave us alone. And that's cool. That's fine. Like, that's all most of us ever do. It's like nodding to each other, right? Like, oh, you're cool, I'm cool, let's keep going. But guess what? When people ain't cool, right, then what? Now you have to be able to deal with them. So you can ignore them all you want, but when you ignore them to your peril, that's messed up. So you got to get used to having these conversations when necessary. So if somebody's going to walk up to you and casually drop some bullshit about blah, 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 and gun deaths, and they're standing on those graves of the suicides, well, fuck them. Those suicides are mostly veterans. So these people are ungrateful and taking things for granted, and not they're doing a hell of a lot of assuming there. And when we take them head on with their bullshit, we're doing a disservice to everybody here, everybody who I've just mentioned. So yeah, we can get comfortable having these conversations. And I guess Every Second Matters was getting at is a place for us to, to do that. You don't have to join in and be part of this, but just hearing this stuff, hopefully, when these are group discussions. Remember, I invited like 40 people in. Hopefully some of them are listening. And, as we keep going, I'll be able to do these more often, thanks to our Patreons and some help from friends. I'm able to definitely be doing more of these Every Second Matters shows again. But as we go on, hopefully these will be group discussions and people will join in and take advantage of the opportunity to chat with compatriots or, allies. And we can have either discussions or debates, but then take that competency, that ability to have conversation off and talk to people at gun shows and gun shops and at work and at school and at church. And then when we have to talk to antis, or maybe antis at some of those places, but, when we have to actually deliberately talk to antis, we're much more comfortable and much more capable. And what happens when you meet a capable ally who comfortably kicks your ass and doesn't have to, laugh and scream at the end, but can comfortably kick your ass and walk away? You never go after that adversary again. You go fucking find something else to worry about. People that have no consequence to yell at gun owners, they can yell at gun owners and get cheered on by their dumb friends and then walk away and have a party. What are they going to do? They're going to do the same fucking thing next week. But you make it difficult. You make them look like assholes. You make them look like idiots. You make them look like people that are standing on the graves of suicide victims. Fuck them. Like, they're not going to come back and frivolously go against guns. Or if you don't want to challenge them, which is probably a bad idea, in the long run anyway, if you educate them, if you train them to where they don't go after guns because it's a foolish diversion from, let's say, the 107,000 fentanyl deaths this last year, up from some crazy low number. That's a massive health thing. How come we're ignoring that? How come you're so comfortable ignoring 107,000 fentanyl deaths because of the 30,000 suicides and then 10,000 murders? Like, why is 10,000 murders and 30,000 suicides a bigger health threat than 107,000 fentanyl deaths? So if you don't want to challenge them on the gun thing, challenge them on their science. Like, where's the math add up there? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. How many alcohol deaths are there? I think alcohol is the middle. So the tobacco is 500,000, alcohol is 100,000, and guns are 40,000. Suicide are 30,000 of those. So where's the health emergency? Where's the health crisis here? Is it because only doctors will listen to the Bloomberg, the 13th or 14th richest person on the planet? Police officers won't, so you can't call it a crime problem. Politicians desperately don't want you to look at the political situation that causes the problem, so they're not going to call it a political problem or a societal problem. They have to call it a medical problem. Well, that's convenient because now they don't have to talk about fentanyl being a medical problem. They don't have to talk about the other things that are medical problems. Anyway, I'm definitely ranting.
Well, I think part of it, kind of what you might be roundabout getting at, is a lot of times, and I go back to Houston again just because it's fresh in my mind. But you got to realize that, or make them realize sometimes, that there are commonalities in what you believe. For example, if you have a bunch of people across the street holding up signs saying, how horrible it was. This was right after the Uvalde school incident, by the way. And how horrible it was that all these kids, got killed in a school, you've got, I think on our side, it's like, yes, it's very horrible. I agree. If you want to stand together and say we need to do something about, protecting these kids, I'm on that side of the street with you all day. Let's keep this from ever happening again. Where we disagree is how to accomplish that. You taking my guns away from me isn't going to protect those kids. What failures were there that caused this to happen and stuff like that, and realize that maybe you're not a monster like they portray you to be, that you don't believe in killing babies and stuff, because obviously they can't really believe that. So I think when you have those conversations, realize that we all do have a goal. We all want to solve the crime problem in the cities. We all want to stop these shooters going on these shooting sprees and stuff like that. Nobody on our side is going to say, no, I like shootings, I like crime. Nobody over here is going to say that. But that's the way they portray us. So it's important that you portray yourself as rational. It's like, I agree we need to do something about crime, but here's things we could do that might be more effective, and stuff like that. So realize that when you're standing on opposite sides of the street with the other side, you're not completely as opposite as you think. It's just that they're pushing one agenda and we're trying to defend against that agenda and make it clear that to them, maybe they can see that that's what's happening.
Good point about going back to the streets again. So you started this with talking about being in Houston, and literally it was one side of the street, other side of the street, from what I remember. So I think it was Tony Simon at GRP, Gun Rights Policy Conference 2019 in Phoenix, when he was a speaker there, and his point was something to the effect of, when you meet someone halfway, we always talk about, let's meet halfway. That's okay if you're talking about what toppings on a pizza, because you can cut a pizza in half and then everybody can be satisfied. It wasn't his analogy, but it just works right there. But his thing was, if meeting somebody halfway, that's not really effective. It's nice and it's better than nothing, but it's not really doing anything. You need to go past 50%. You need to put yourself in the other person's shoes to understand their position, to truly have a communication, to truly understand their shoes, to understand their perspective on it. So, I don't know, just to use something like, you go over there and you find out there's a shadow or something, and you would have never expected that circumstance to exist. So now you can understand from their side of it why, the light over here is annoying, when you didn't ever think about how the shadow it was casting. You know what I mean? There's some things that you'll just never understand until you stand over there and look back and go, oh, okay. This can be perceived two different ways. We're over here enjoying a thing, but it could be, perceived as we're over here doing something else. So that's one of those points that I think is good when you talk about standing across the street. If you're both on either side of the street, just yelling back and forth across the border, course, the fence or whatever, nothing is really getting accomplished other than reiterating your positions or enforcing your boundary. When you go across, you're able to, now you can at least have the conversation like, oh, I can see where the shade is annoying, but we can't change that light. So maybe here's what we can do. Or like, I can see where that's noisy, but since we can't change it from our side, maybe there's something we can do, or that, can be done so that it's, or maybe now that it's our pump for something that's critical, now you're not so concerned because you thought it was a pump for something like not, it wasn't consequential. So, maybe through just communication and understanding the other person's position, we gain. So we talk about that all the time when we say bring someone shooting. We know that when someone experiences the community, they experience a gun shop or a range or just the act of going out and using a firearm, which are fun. They're very intricate and well designed, highly deliberately created, machines. We don't get very many things like that. Most of our stuff is kind of sloppy. Most of our stuff that we own, like our toasters and our microwaves even, they might be solid, but unless you're paying a lot of money, you're probably getting kind of a cheap thing. Even the least expensive guns are very well made compared to other products that we own. So they're just fun to shoot. And then, it's like, I don't know I think for people that haven't shot a gun before, using the motorcycle, if you were going to drive a Harley motorcycle, or if you were going to drive a little moped, or if you were going to drive a crotch rocket, or if you were going to drive one of those dirt bikes, those are all motorcycles, but they're all going to drive differently. You're going to have a different experience driving them. And that's what guns are like. If you're going to shoot a rifle, or if you're going to shoot this, or if you're going to shoot that, it's just like driving a different kind of convertible or a different kind of motorcycle or something. So once people experience that, they understand, oh, okay, gun owners aren't just seeking violence. They aren't just callously disregarding the havoc that they leave behind. It's just, hey, they like doing this and it's not bothering anybody, and they do it kind of politely, quietly over here in the corner. And most of the time it's not in the corner. It's like way far away because we drive way out of town to do it. And once they figure out what we're doing, then they're like, oh, okay, I guess I've totally been wrong. And we can have a totally different conversation. Okay, we experience that all the time when we bring somebody shooting, but isn't it frustrating that we can't bring everybody shooting? So how do we experience that the other way? Go experience their point of view. And I don't know how to do that. I can't tell you how to do that, but I can tell you it's been done. And people that have done it have been able to reach people more effectively the same way, but, in an opposite way, I guess, differently, but the same way that a person who's anti can have a more effective conversation with us and with their own folks once they've been shooting before. I'll shut up again and let Gizzard talk and see what's going on with the chats. I've been starring some of these, so I am paying attention to the comments whenever I shut up.
I do know that Defense Dad is out there. Also, Hollow FMJ is out there. And they've been having some conversations back and forth as to how they approach conversations. So,
are you able to see the stuff I starred?
I am not.
That's just when Clover can see it when he's a channel thing or whatever. They should let us have. Are you on Fancy StreamYard? Can you have more than one channel partner or whatever they're called now?
Yeah, I'm paid. Yeah,
I'm paying for $25, but I still only get one channel partner, right?
Oh yeah, same here.
Okay. Yeah. So there's another version where you get 100 channel partners.
Yeah, they're professional, I believe.
Okay. So if you like StreamYard, it's literally the best thing. I've been chatting live since 8, and I use a thing called QIX, which is just an app on the phone. And that was an old-ass phone, but that would allow us to chat through the telephone internet from Tucson all the way to Vegas. So there's quite a few old chats where we were using QIX. Then in something, I forget the Thursday in 2010, yeah, I think it was 2000. It might have been it was 2010, a Thursday. YouTube gave us Hangouts, and the moment I seen it, I went live and started inviting people in, and that was the first gun chat talk thing live on YouTube. And then, literally the Thursday they turned it on. I was one of the first channels to get it. It was huge back then, and boom, we immediately started chatting because we had already been chatting in other places, but we could only chat one or maybe two people at a time. and like 4 people if you had 2 people standing next to each microphone, but you can only bring 2, accounts in. But Hangouts let us bring in 6 or something. But so anyway, I've been chatting for a long, long time, and ever since Hangouts crapped out and left, StreamYard, we've been using StreamYard, and it's definitely the best platform out there. I've used Zoom and all the other garbage ones. They all suck. They all have different levels of sucking. There's another one that is better technically, that's open source. That's what guntube.org uses, but it is more technically difficult. Just like anything that's open source, it can be annoying sometimes, and some people have issues with it, but technically it's better. But StreamYard, as far as things for capitalists that want to pay, it's a Canadian company that got sold to France, from what I understand. So no China. I mean, it's Canada and France, but who cares? You're going to get French fries on your shit. That's about the worst that'll happen. No Chinese, Communist Party influence or nothing like that. And you can use it for free, and it's pretty useful. A lot of people are using it for free. You can tell because they have a little duck up there at the top. And then those of us that are paying $25, I don't know anybody that's complaining. Like, it's a solid software. So if you want to buy it, go for it. Gizzard has links all over his channels, I think, on every one of your videos, right?
Yeah, you can sign up. I think everybody has that where you can have people sign up and they will save such and such for signing up for StreamYard, and then you can get a little bit of a credit towards your subscription for getting new people in. So, yeah, if anybody's interested in signing up, check out any of us that are on StreamYard, and you'll probably find that link out there.
Well, I don't put them up there, so Gizzard does. So go to any of his videos, and you'll get a link, and then you'll be helping Gizzard out, and you'll get $10 off the first month or whatever. It's $25. It ain't like free, but if you're chatting live, I mean, this definitely the software to use. That being said, they do have a level that's higher than that neither one of us are paying for, so that's what we were talking about a second ago. But now Gizzard's his things. You may be the first person to have ever had that conversation with them. When you typed that. So what was that about? I imagine it was at some point during my rant or something.
Yeah, it was. It was right after my last statement or an earlier statement about having, engaging in conversations with the other side. And I was just pointing out that for a lot of those people, they've never talked to a gun owner rationally. They've never heard our side of the story, never really had that conversation. All they know is what they've been fed. It may be when you talk to them, you may be the first person to put these words in their brain. So a lot of times they're speaking out of, hate to use the word ignorance, but that's it. They've never heard our side of the story and stuff like that. So it's important to be ready to have that conversation if you want to perhaps be influential and stuff like that, which is kind of the goal of Every Second Matters, is to get our side of the story out there. So, keep that in mind, that they may have never talked to a gun owner before.
Dude, that's a very good point. And I don't know if it's ever actually come up before. And I've been in a couple of chats. So, I mean, if it has, it has not in a long time. So I think that's probably, if you were going to write like the 5 bullet points for advocacy, I honestly think that should be maybe even top 3, even now that I'm thinking about it. But assuming the person you're talking to isn't like against you, isn't like the rabid Feinstein, rabid Hogg, rabid Shan, like whatever anti-advocate that you can think of that's just the most anti-rights, the most horrible about it. Don't throw that on that person who's at the rally or who's on the other side of the table from you, or who's just, at work with you, who has a different opinion, or is the person wearing that shirt. They could be as flimsy on that position as I am on half the stuff I could care less about. Like, I seriously could, people would be amazed at the stuff I could care less about. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff I could care less about. Somebody could talk me into one side or the other of so many issues. Cause for example, all sports, I could care less. Like, you could tell me any sports team is the best sports team, and I'd be like, okay, I don't care. So, you know what I mean? Like, they could be that casual about the gun issue, and that casual with their vote. And like Izzard is saying, you can literally enforce or negatively reinforce, right? Like a position without even inadvertently, just by coming in with a aggressive or annoying or just a poor conversation or a poor argument or something. Interesting. I like that. I guess I'll go to the next start one. There's points coming in on both sides, so I'm gonna have to go check again. Let me know if I'm missing anything good. If anybody's said anything and if I missed it, you're allowed to say, "Hey, have you missed that?" Hollow is saying, "I've been told no one ever needs a 60-round magazine to hunt." I've retorted, "Yep, that's right. The 2A isn't about hunting, though." And I think that's. I mean, it might seem like thumb in your nose or whatever, but at the same time, they need to be told that that's an invalid argument. Like, I don't care if nobody needs a 60-round drum magazine to hunt. That's not what a 60-round magazine is for. Like, you know what else they don't need to hunt? A propeller. They don't need a boat motor. So just bringing up things you don't need to hunt doesn't prove your point, dumbass.
That's a pretty good point you made there. They like to throw things like that out, and as if 2A is about hunting and stuff like that, and you've got to be able to deflect that.
And that's, again, I think, and one of the points of Every Second Matters, getting a bunch of people together, having conversations, getting challenged, defending your position, having other people weigh in on it. Like, that strengthens, hardens, gives everybody flexibility, lets you figure out, humble, gets you a chance to win a couple of times. Like, having the conversations gets you that ease of whatever, just like getting punched. Everybody can act like they're a great fighter and everything until you actually get in a fight and get punched a bunch of times, and getting up and getting punched a bunch of times and losing, and getting punched a bunch of times. And whenever people say get punched a bunch of times, they think like, oh, the one time I got punched in the arm. Like, no, I mean like getting your ass kicked a couple of times. Like, you have to kind of do that in order to be able to get up in a fight that matters, right? And not just get completely knocked down as soon as you get touched.
Right.
So the next one is from M. Gabriel. Frequently, you have to put qualifying conditions in odd places in your sentences so that a soundbite cannot be created out of context. That's an interesting strategy, and I don't know if I do that often enough because I just get way too comfortable chatting, I guess, essentially almost every single day since 2009. Everything I've, like for hours a day, it's been recordings of me saying stuff. So I don't think about it anymore. It'd be very difficult, I think, for even a big AI to try to listen to everything I've ever said. And I don't even talk every day anymore. Like, there's people that chat constantly. But that's probably a good point. Like, for somebody who's actually standing up and trying to get points across, like, there's probably something to say. I don't know if there's an art to that or not, if there's like actually a way, methodology to deal with this, but there must be. Actually, it's probably part of public speaking or some kind of political, whatever, some political class, and like how to not get yourself in trouble when you're talking publicly, right?
Yeah, and a lot of people aren't used to being put on a spot and having conversations like this, which that makes it difficult from our side, because I've been in speech classes in college and stuff like that. Some people can have conversations. Other people, they get tongue tied. They get, they fall back on the emotion and stuff like that. And it's hard not to. I mean, it's human nature to be emotional about things that mean a great deal to you. I get that. But that's exactly going to play into, sound bites and stuff like that. So we have to be careful. I don't know. Some people may not be comfortable having the conversation. I think we're just trying to get people. We're trying to get people there, trying to get them comfortable with having a conversation, trying to give them tools they can use and stuff like that to talk to people. And I think that's how That's how we change minds. That's how we plant seeds, for everybody else and stuff like that, is the words we use, how we use them, and how we think about things like that. But it doesn't come, I'll be the first one to admit it doesn't come as, something natural to most people. And it's stuff I've had to think about having conversations. It's like you got one idea in your head. How dare they say this? I'm going to go up there and scream. But then something inside you says, no, that's not going to be the best thing to do here. So it takes a little bit of thought, maybe practice and stuff like that.
Waiting for my computer to catch up with my mute button there. So, yeah, again, bunch of great points there, dude. Alan Corwin?
Heard the name.
So Alan Corwin is in Arizona, and he's been around since before the internet. He's old, and 1949. He's 73. I didn't know he was that old. I figured he was like 60-something. So he's a very young 73-year-old dude. And he's interesting for a lot of reasons. Let's go see what Wikipedia says about him. So I don't want to talk shit. If I don't want to talk out of turn, I guess, because I know from knowing him a long time, a lot of things. I don't know what else in his public bio, in other words. So, American writer and author, civil and political rights activist who serves the business, legal, news, and firearms industry. In 1988, he founded Bloomfield Press, which has grown into the largest publisher and distributor of gun law books in the nation. It is built around books he has written on the subject, including the Arizona Gun Owner's Guide, Your First Gun, Your First Gun, and then another one called After You Shoot, and then some guides like the Gun Laws of America and Supreme Court Cases. And so anyway, he's a book publisher and says, okay, so it doesn't have everything. He's done some really interesting things in his previous life, let's say, before becoming an activist. And anyway, so he's an interesting dude. But, oh, hold on. No, here you go. Alan wrote the business plan that raised $5 million in venture capital and launched the in-flight catalog SkyMall. So have you ever heard of that catalog that's in airplanes?
Oh, that's yeah. I have.
Alan. That's Alan. He did some other stuff. So he's done some interesting things. And then he became a gun rights activist and a publisher, right? So he's a nice guy. He's also an asshole. I'm just going to, told him that before. So he's an asshole. But at the same time, he's a, big player and one of the people that got me inspired. I can be inspired by assholes. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you an asshole. So I'm going to put in here, I think it's called words, maybe. I'm going to type in Alan Corwin words and see if that gets us there. Maybe it isn't. So maybe it's phrases. But, I spelled phrases poorly. Maybe is it, here we go, politically corrected glossary of terms. So I knew it was going to come up. So this, you've all seen this. It's in one way or another, but this is where it comes from. It comes from Alan Corwin. So I'm posting this in the chat now for everybody if wants to go look at it. And again, he's a dick, but he's a great advocate and a smart dude, right? He's a good dude. I'm just saying, me personally, I've conflicted with him, but he's a nice guy. Or no, I shouldn't say nice guy. He's a good guy. So he wrote this list of words a long time ago, and I think I kind of went roundabout to get to here, but what the hell, it's every second matters. Y'all should know what's going on in the world. Not everybody's angels. They want what they want you to say, and you lose if you say it. And then over here on the right, it's better to say, and they lose when you should say when you say it. So pro-gun, right? No, pro-rights. We don't give a shit about guns. Guns are property. We care about our fucking rights, right? Sorry, I'm getting so upset. Gun control. Just never say that if you can't help it. Crime control. I guess I'm not a big advocate of that one. What do you think of that one? You guys are gun control versus crime control.
Yeah, that does sound a lot better, and actually is a lot
more accurate. It's more accurate. I'll give them that.
Yes.
But I'll also preface all this that the reason I try to be as accurate as I am. I won't say shooter. Shooter's us. We're shooters. That's a good term. Like, you're allowed to go shooting. That's a thing. You shoot a bow and arrow. You shoot a slingshot. F them for trying to take shooter away. Mass murderers who use a gun ain't shooters. Mass murderers who use a gun are fucking mass murderers who use a gun, right? Like, they're trying to conflate shooting with mass murdering. That's nefarious. That is an evil use of the language, and that's the Overton window. That's marginalization. So we're trying to, in effect, normalize some of that. And like he says, like Alan says, they lose it when we win. They lose, not just we win, but they lose when we can change the narrative on some of this stuff. And this is a way to do it. So the anti-gun movement, he says, call it the anti-self-defense movement. And that's interesting. Again, I guess I was also going to say, like, again, I'll reiterate, like, a lot of the things that I say, and people I can tell get annoyed when I say it. Like, I won't call a gun a weapon. I've never called a gun a weapon. That's not because of Alan, but Alan is the one back in like 13 that got me thinking about this. And Charles Heller definitely is affected by Alan and will never say anything incorrectly. And just being around Charles, who I respect, is a good dude, hanging around Charles all the time. And he speaks super accurately like a robot. Like, I've made it a point to attempt to never, I'm not going to say, again, shooters are us. We're shooters. They don't get that word. But anyway, anti-self-defense movement. How about that one?
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think a lot of times what we can do, what you've done, and what a lot of us can do is to emulate a lot of the good points you've heard to have in our own conversations. So if you hear something that somebody said that sounds good, steal it.
Yeah, use it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then semi-automatic handgun or sidearm. I guess it depends on when you're using it, but I don't know. I don't know maybe there was a time when they were trying to suggest semi-automatic sounded super complicated, or, like a faster or something.
All very good points.
The next one is concealed carry versus, say, right. Let's see, carry or right to carry. So instead of saying I'm concealed carrying, say I'm carrying. I'll try to say that, I guess. Well, I guess I don't know about that one. The next one is assault or lethal weapon, and then calling them household firearms. Again, I guess it depends. We're never going to call anything on any of these words. So
No.
I don't get that. Saturday Night Specials. He says racist gun laws. I mean, that's just a way to reiterate that Saturday Night Specials comes from a racist term, and it was against whatever, poor people, or suggesting that kind of bullshit. But challenging them on. No, we don't ever hear that, though. I mean, I can't even remember, except for me personally, because I do videos about them. Nobody brings up Saturday Night Specials ever. It's almost extinct, I'm pretty sure, in the gun community. It like suicide specials. When's the last time you heard suicide specials?
Yeah, you almost never do.
No, that was so. Saturday Night Specials replaced that. It was like from the 30s or something. So junk guns, again, that's a term I barely keep alive, but I own junkguns.com. I think that's one of the reasons I do it. But then he says the affordability issue. So again, focusing on that, I guess, if you're in a conversation. High capacity magazines, he says full capacity. Maybe that's not the best example. Second Amendment versus Bill of Rights. That's interesting. So instead of saying my Second Amendment rights, just say, my civil rights. I think a lot of people do that lately. Power of the gun lobby versus civil rights organizations, or I guess the powerful gun lobby versus civil rights organizations. I actually do this one quite a bit, I think. I don't think I call them gun rights as much as civil rights. And I think that's just an expansion. For me, it's been an expansion of the, I don't know, like number of people in the tent and the size of the people, the people in the community, that it's been an easy one to. Plus, I'm never going to call anything the gun lobby. What the hell would the gun lobby even be on our side? Smith and Wesson and Glock, maybe. Like, I don't know who's powerful enough to, like, Remington might have been powerful at one time, but they don't care about what laws happen. Winchester, they probably could care less about laws. Smith and Wesson, they don't care about laws. They just move when laws happen. So it's not like the gun industry gives a shit about laws. I mean, if they made all guns illegal, the gun industry would sell them to law enforcement in other countries. They really don't care. That's a fake, news story from the antis that somehow the gun lobby gives a shit about our laws. I mean, yeah, we're a big, what's the word? Like, we're a bunch of customers, but hell, we've got our supply being fed by the entire world. The gun companies aren't making their money off of us only. They're making our money off of us, but they're not making money off of us only.
That's absolutely true, and a lot of people don't realize that.
So reasonable gun controls versus victim disarmament. I really like that one. I probably could do better to put that one into play more often. I don't talk to antis enough, but I like that one.
That's a good one.
Then we got gun control laws versus infringement laws. I don't know about that one because I don't like the infringement too much. I don't think antis give a shit. They like us saying infringement. They think it's us crying. Anti-gun versus anti-gun bigot. So I've done this one for a while, but it just sounds weird, so I don't say it that much. But I get it, and I've tried it. Charles almost exclusively says it. He used to say it for years. I'm assuming he still says it. And then anti-gun, anti-rights. That's what I say. I just say you're anti-rights. Okay, so when they say guns kill, we say gun saves lives. All right. Yep. When they say guns cause crime, we say guns stop crime. It's sort of my rights, my property. It's just a challenge. This doesn't educate or inform, but I get it. Guns are bad. Guns are why America is still free. See, if they disagree, then they just don't pay attention to us saying this. So I'd rather see it on something on this side that like parried it and didn't just challenge it. Assault weapons are bad. I'm not going to read all these. There's too many of them. So you get the idea. I posted a link over there. But anyway, you had brought up something about language, and that got me thinking, hey, let's give Alan Carwin a little plug and then call him a dick.
I mean, that last one was a good point about the assault weapons. None of us are fans of assault. None of us like that term, and none of us are going to say, no, we think people should be able to, to perform assaults whenever they want to. We're not ever going to say that. So assault is a behavior, kind of brings that to the light of assault is something bad that people do with what they happen to have at the moment, whether it be a firearm or whether, like you said earlier, if it's a club or maybe it's a 5-gallon can of gasoline and a match. You can assault with a lot of different things, and none of us are going to advocate assaulting someone.
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons they use that term, because then, if they get to call it an assault rifle and then it stays in the conversation, you become the person defending the assault rifle. But there's not too many gun people that are going to deal with them calling an assault rifle in front of us. The next one was from Defense Dad. There it is. Anti-gunners, you can tell pretty quickly if they're willing to at least have a rational conversation or not. Because I haven't had enough opportunities. I've attempted a few times, and then we've had some like staged fake. You can never know when somebody shows up on the internet, especially on something like Match Chat or something. Back in the day, like you didn't know if they were just talking shit or if they were just trying to be funny or whatever, if they really had the opinions that they stated. But in real life, I've never really had the opportunity or taken the chance to create an opportunity, I guess, to have conversations with antis. But like I think you said, it's like if they're at a rally, they're probably there with some agenda, with something in mind, and even if it's not, they came there to have a shouting match with the other side. I think there's just as much possibility that it turns into a shouting match because of the level of emotion and chaos and stuff that might be going on, right? In a rally type of environment. So I think your best bet would be in some kind of a debate environment, maybe. And I don't know.
Yeah, not all times are going to be good times to have quote unquote the conversation. And there will be times that you start to engage and you're going to find out real quick, like Defense Dad says, you're not going to get anywhere. That happens too. You're going to get people who get right in your face. They're going to say, blah, 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 you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And you can tell they're not receptive to anything you say. And in certain cases, I think you might have to just walk away.
I've never seen or heard of something happening that would like attempt to create a debate, non-political debate. Just let's have a conversation, bring people from both sides, attempt to educate both sides of the opinions and ideas on the others, and then let's come to not just challenge each other, but let's come to get some understanding on both sides. Instead of just saying your weapons are evil, give us some stuff on that where we can try to understand what you're trying to get at or where you justify your rationality here, and then we can do the same and have a chance to actually sit there and create some kind of stage for that. I don't know if I have not seen it, so I'm not sure why that hasn't happened. I guess probably it's difficult. Nobody's going to profit off it, maybe.
And that's quite possible.
But
a lot of people who come to these rallies and stuff, they're not there to have a conversation. They're not receptive to that. So you're probably going to catch them off guard if you attempt to do that. Now you will, there's an opportunity if you can get these people to themselves where they're not in the mob mentality. And you know what I mean by that. They're with the group they came with to shout these things. And if you have one-on-one conversations with them, you're much more likely, I think, to be able to make inroads versus trying to talk to a group that's already poised to strike against you and stuff like that. So you kind of got to pick and choose your battles, if that makes sense.
Gabriel's taken off, but his last question that we got for tonight was in a negotiation, or not question, but point, I guess. In a negotiation, always ask for more than you expect to get, if possible. I think that's what I'm saying, right? Or more than you expect, if possible, to get. I forget where, I don't know when he mentioned this, like what we were talking about at the time, but I'm assuming something about a debate or a conversation with the other side.
Possibly.
Defense Dad says, what if someone is bear hunting? If that bear charges, they deserve to be mauled by only having a bolt action? He says, I know you're not going to hunt with a drum, but you get the point. Exactly. People that aren't familiar with or care enough to put any actual effort into research to understand the situation shouldn't be suggesting solutions, right? Shouldn't be suggesting paths to take if they don't understand the whole thing. But part of the process, so that we don't have tyranny, we don't just have the dictator says, now it's this way and it's that way. Part of it is the challenge, liberty requires eternal vigilance. That doesn't mean you have to do push-ups and go push somebody around. That's not eternal vigilance. Like that's if everything else fails eternal vigilance. But eternal vigilance is clarifying, being patient through misunderstandings, both intentional and unintentional misunderstandings, and being willing to repeat yourself and then do it all over again. To understand that just because you mowed the grass this week, the grass doesn't stop growing. If the grass stops growing, everything dies. Like, that's not a good thing. You're going to have to mow the grass again. You can do a good job and you can get good at it and you can come up with methods and procedures that, make sense and you can master it. You're going to have to hand that down to the next person who mows that lawn. Like, you're not going to mow that lawn forever. You're going to move. You're going to get sick of mowing the lawn. You're going to make a kid do it. Like, whatever it is, you're going to, mow the lawn for an amount of time over and over. And sometimes there's going to be moles in the lawn, and sometimes it's going to be an awesome, beautiful lawn for a long time. And sometimes it's going to just drive you nuts because there's yellow patches in it. It's kind of like that, right? Like, nothing's perfect. The best we can do is maintain the closest thing we can to what liberty is, everybody's freedom, bouncing around off each other happily.
Yeah, I think that's right. This is kind of a ebb and a flow type situation. There's no win or lose here. It's kind of like try to do what you need when you need to do it.
Yep, and not get burnt out and not get too overjoyed when it's perfect, because it ain't going to stay that way. And even if you can keep it perfect, let's say you paint it white and you get all the drapes up the way you want them, and then you get the perfect record player in there, and then you find out 10 years later that you'd rather have blinds in there and a CD player and something else. So it's you can change your mind. Like, things will change. So we don't want things permanently one way, and being content and then being able to understand that when we don't have it our way, we can work towards getting it our way, and that we shouldn't expect it immediately. Like, all those things are elements, I think, of the big thing.
But I think that's a tendency. I know I live in a state where a lot of our gun laws that we had in the past are gone now and stuff like that, and people largely get complacent about stuff like that. And we've seen states that were in good shape 2A wise all of a sudden flip in the course of a year or two. Virginia comes to mind. Washington State comes to mind. Just because you have what you want or part of what you want doesn't mean you're going to always have that. So being complacent and saying, oh, well, we don't need to worry about, membership in gun rights organizations. We don't need to worry about promoting the Second Amendment because it's a done deal. It's never a done deal, and it never will be a done deal. Even if for some reason somebody came in and said, okay, the NFA is gone, you have universal constitutional carry and all that stuff. You guys are good. You win. The way our government works and stuff like that, things could change the next political cycle and stuff like that. There's always going to be people trying to say, but wait, maybe we need to change that again. So we always have to be vigilant. We're never going to be at a point where we, quote unquote, won the fight. It's not that kind of fight.
Well, that's the key right there at the end there. But yeah, you're right. Even if you did get a period of time when everybody left you alone, that's the whole weak men make weak times, make hard times, all that stuff, hard men and all that, where you win the fight and it's over. Well, you get a generation or two of people that don't fight. They don't remember the fight anymore. They vaguely hear the stories, but they don't remember the fight. Like, they never were in a fight. So they've never gotten a black eye. They've never gotten knocked down. They never got a broke bone. They never had to get up and struggle when you didn't want to. So when the first, idiot or intentional bad person comes along and says, hey, why don't you give up some rights? If they've never had to defend them and they don't appreciate it, that's just the nature of everything, right? Like, people don't appreciate what they didn't have to fight or earn. So you go a couple of generations without having to earn it, and it becomes something you value less. Like, you at least you defend less. So we've got that danger all the time. Even if everything was good and we won, we have the danger of complacency eating us away, or, leaving a gap or a thin defense. But the last part you said there, the type of fight, the nature of the game, it's all gaming. It's all game theory. So I think it boils down to, there's games like baseball where you play for a number of innings and overtime or whatever. I don't actually know the rules of baseball, but there's some kind of rules and the game is over. Maybe I'm picking a bad game, but like basketball, football, these kind of games, you play them, there's rules, the points are cured, and it's over. Somebody wins, somebody loses, or else there's a tie, but there's a couple of conclusions and the game is over, and then another game starts, and then that's the nature of those types of games. But the another type of game is one where you win by playing the game. Like you either are able to play the game or you're out of the game. And a game where you're just going to do something and there's no consequences, it's over after an hour, it's over after a certain amount of points, it's over after whatever the parameters are. You can do things, for example, like attrition. You can allow your team to get tired. You can allow your resources to deplete because you've got a finite time to have this game. Like, it's going to be over in an hour. That everybody's going to have a chance to recuperate and come back to the next game fully rested. So you can wear them out. You can deplete all your resources. In the old days, that a war of attrition was send all your people to a line and have them slaughter each other. And the people with the largest armies won because, their army slaughtered and kept slaughtering while the other army depleted itself. So those wars of attrition are the sucker bet. Like that's the old fashioned game. And that's what most people pay attention to sports and shit. They're thinking games, all the different flavors of that type of game. When in reality, the game is to be able to keep playing. The game is the Chinese versus the United States, right? Like the empire that has one person that's the ruler for a lifetime versus a country where the person is elected every 4 to 8 years. And things change and passions and directions and priorities change every 4 years. Like that's a different game than baseball. And the Second Amendment is a long game. The Second Amendment is we win by our children's children having the rights that, our grandparents had. We don't, have sessions and innings and end of games and seasons and shit. This is, we're playing it constantly, and they can take us out. Like we can be out of it by, dissuading a bunch of people who are not paying attention and say, oh yeah, maybe it is a good idea finally to redo whatever dumbass idea they came up with, and then clickety click, and it's a tough thing to get back from. So it's, there's consequences all the time. Anyway, I'm rambling a little bit, but I think you made a good point about the type of game. If you're coming in to play baseball and they're coming in to play the long game, you're done after 9 innings, and they haven't even started. Like they're laughing at you because you ended the game in like an hour, and they're looking at it as a lifetime.
Well, you've got one person who's prepared to go, on the pitcher's mound as long as they need to. They've got an endless supply of relief pitchers. So if somebody gets tired, they're just going to put somebody else in front of the mic or in front of the camera, and they've got an endless supply of these people. So that's kind of what you're up against, and realize that a lot of times they've been provided with talking points specifically designed to quote unquote disarm us. So you have to be ready for that too. They're going to try to get you into a trap. They're going to try to paint you in a certain picture and stuff like that. And
don't you care about children? That kind of thing.
Right. So you have to be prepared not to allow yourself to get put in a corner like that, because that's the way they're wanting to do it.
And they probably have a what's the word? Like a percentage of success doing that. And, all they have to do is, be better than 50% successful doing something, and they'll just keep doing it. So, understanding that when you're not trying to get to the nuance of a position, you're just trying to shut the other person up, right? Then it's super easy to just do something to blow the other person off. There's a million ways. So it's frustrating that they get the easy side of that, whatever interaction, right? Like all they got to do is walk away or start yelling, and you're not going to get through to them either way,
But you got to realize it's carefully crafted on their side. They've been provided with talking points. They use descriptive terms to make us look like monsters and stuff like that. Don't be a monster.
That's a good point too, and that probably helps if they've got, they're let's say there's Bloomberg, 14th, 20th richest person on earth, depending on what resource you look at, because he pulls his name off of his own resources. FYI, it's really difficult to figure out what rank the wealthiest people on earth are, because Bloomberg pulls his name out of there. but he's wealthy and um, okay, yeah, I totally lost where I was going with that. Must be getting late. We're 2 hours into it, and yeah, somewhere in the middle of that sentence, I looked over at my dog when he was doing, and totally blanked on wherever I was going at the beginning of that sentence.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens after I've been doing I think I did 3 shows today. So I'm going to start wrapping it up. It looks like a bunch of people that were in here have either quit chatting or just fallen asleep. It could be that late at night, although it's not late. It's only 9:30 here. But anyway, so I don't know. I was kind of ranting on something that you were ranting off of, so I guess I'll end that one. Ozzy said earlier, nobody needs $1 million home with a pool, but there are plenty of them. And I think that is epic. I think that's a freaking excellent one. So when they go, what do you need an AR-15 for? I've usually said something like, nobody needs a car that goes 100 miles an hour. But I don't know if everybody is seeking a car that goes 100 miles an hour.
That's one of Alan Gottlieb's. Yeah, no one needs a Corvette that can go 150 miles an hour, but it's our right to have that,
But he has 10 of them, just saying. But Ozzy Osbourne brings up the house, and yeah, most people understand that anybody would take $1 million home. I mean, if somebody is giving you $1 million home, like everybody understands the value of $1 million home with a pool, and we also all know that that's extravagant and a luxury item. And yeah, that's excellent. And another way to say that is you could use that as a placeholder and say nobody needs a XYZ home, but there are plenty of them. And depending on who you're having that conversation with, if they're a person of means and they've got something that they're suggesting that you should do without for the greater good, it's essentially communism. Why don't you just do without, brother, for the good of what we perceive the good of the greater good is? Well, then go, okay, so how big a house do you need? Like, do you not know there's issues with people without homes? Like, well, how big a house do you need? Like, how much can you be what resources are you overutilizing? I don't know if that's going to work with everybody, but I think with some people it can potentially hold a mirror and go, look at, you're not perfect over here, and you suggest that all we need to do is do this. Well, where are you making those similar concessions? I don't know, but anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
People think of guns as frivolous, like, oh, guns, that's just a vice. That's like, oh, you're drinking soda, or like, oh, you drink beer, like you should be able to control yourself. Like, don't give in to your addictions or whatever. Don't give in to your vices. And if you don't think of guns as a right, you don't have to. Remember, like, it's a free country. That means they're free to be idiots or free to be crazy or weird or whatever. Like, that's their job. Like, that's their right. So if their position is that rights are just a weird vice or a frivolous, like, privilege or something, then you know what I mean? They're not looking at it as, oh, you're taking my rights away. They don't either appreciate that or care about that. So you're just never going to get through to them with my rights, my property. You could be right as you want. You could be 100% accurate, but if the other person don't acknowledge it, it's not going to be effective. But I think the house thing goes a little way towards that. The idea of, like, I mean, the car thing is similar, but the house thing, everybody lives in a house, or at least understands that $1 million house is excessive. And they probably are okay with, like, their friend, like their whoever they worship, like Oprah, or the movie star or the TV star that they appreciate so much. Like, they're probably okay with that person having $1 million home, but no one's criminalizing the $1 million home, even though there could easily be a campaign to suggest that $1 million homes are criminal.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right.
And communists kind of do that, right?
Yeah. I see Jeff Knox is out there in the chat.
Oh, good. I sent him a link. We're about to get one from, so that was Ozzy's. And then, I guess I already, there was one that said something about roll call, and I was going to say roll call's got a link. But anyway, so Hollow was saying no one needs a car that goes over 86. No one needs a foot-long sub. No one needs $1 million home. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other one. He's already said, Bloomberg has already said, you can't have sodas or whatever. That was like his whole thing as governor, wasn't it? Or mayor? I don't know.
Yeah.
So Jeff is out there. He has a link, but he might be too late for him. It is 9:30 in Arizona, by the way. Says this translates to the shorter term as well. We want to accomplish a lot of things in Congress, but to accomplish those goals, we must first win elections.
Yes.
That's true. The basic tactic I found is to come from the opponent's worst nightmare right now. That's Trump. Right? The best tactic I found is to come from the opponent's worst nightmare. Yeah, Trump is a definite interesting element. I mean, no one saw that coming. I guess like Reagan. Didn't Reagan hit? I mean, you were older than us, so you can remember Reagan more than I can. I think I was in high school with Reagan. No, I was in high school with Bush. So Reagan was like when I was a little kid. But I can remember living under Reagan. And I remember, but I was a little kid, so I was like aware, but not, I don't remember any of this. But I remember there was some sort of like, this guy's an actor. What the hell is, and there was like that whole show with the puppets because, Reagan's an actor.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Right? Like that was a big thing. Like Reagan was mocked and ridiculed for just being a dumbass puppet, right?
Yep.
So I don't think this is the first time we've had a president that gets like just roasted by the one side. I know that Ford, I don't remember if he was a Republican or Democrat though, because I don't care. But I know that he got wailed on by like Chevy Chase and Saturday Night Live and all that. I don't know if that was everywhere because that was way before me. I just remember watching reruns of Saturday Night Live and they're always ripping on Ford. But I don't remember Ford really getting much more hate from the world or anything. He was just sort of a dead president or like a nothing president, right? And then,
well, he was a Republican senator, I believe, who was, basically thrust into office after Nixon's resignation and stuff like that. And there's a great deal of disdain for the presidency at that time anyway. And he tended to come across as a lot more of a everyman's president and stuff like that. And people really picked on his comedic moments and stuff like that. He was a little bit of he tended to make public missteps. He was a little bit of a klutz and stuff like that. And every time he would trip over something, everybody would make a big comedy bit out of it and stuff like that. So
well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like people have like used the media, like public opinion comedy, like just society, so whatever that's called, to mess with presidents or to get upset about presidents or what other stuff. I'll gotta get a device connected. It's usually the microphone or the camera. You don't need to use the camera, but it needs to have a camera connected.
Patriot's got a good point out there. Don't forget, Ford wasn't elected; he was appointed.
Yeah, he was the vice president of Nixon, right? He just got elected.
Yes.
Nixon resigned.
Yes.
But I guess what I was getting at is I remember him getting like mocked by the press or by the Saturday Night Live and stuff. And then, well, I don't remember, but like I was aware of that. And then I do remember Reagan, though, getting just ripped on by the press all the time. There's Jeff. Welcome.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Hey, thanks for jumping in. So, feel free to jump in wherever. We've been kind of ranting on a bunch of different things, but if you've got a specific point you were making there, feel free to hone in on it here.
Well, the point is, if we have certain beliefs, and part of those beliefs are that the excrement could hit the fan, we could see serious problems, etc. We could need that AR-15. The other side typically can't see that point. They just look at it from at us over in the distance, and you guys and your amosexual lunacy, so forth, and they don't look. They can't grab it. They can't get it. They don't believe it. So you find their fear. And a few years ago, that fear was W. Bush. And and now it's 10 times that with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump, and this is the question to pose to these guys who what do you need with an AR-15? If Donald Trump were elected in 2024 and started behaving the way that you claim that he does, let's give you everything. He's the crazy racist, homophobe, xenophobe, sexist, whatever you want. And you want him to be the only one who has guns? You want him to have a list of everybody out here that has guns? You want to limit the guns to only him and his minions? Are you crazy? If Donald Trump was reelected in 2024, then would you think that maybe sometime in the near future, the American people might need an AR-15? And that's the argument that I like to give to them, because they can believe that. They have fear there. They can see the utility and the futility. They see the utility of having the guns, and they see the futility of their stupid gun laws, because you're giving the government a monopoly on violence. And you don't want the government to have a monopoly on violence.
Very cool. Yeah, right on. Thanks for clarifying. So that's definitely a good point. And we haven't mentioned that one at all tonight. I've heard it come up occasionally before. But that is, now, have you heard that one presented to someone on the other side, an anti-rights person? And has there been any like eye-opening, like eyebrow raising or anything?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've used it very effectively several times.
Oh, okay.
With the first time that I effectively used it was probably all the way back in like 1983, 84. I had a librarian friend who was an extremely lefty liberal, lesbian woman, just hated guns, didn't understand why anybody wanted any of this stuff. But at the same time, she was very, y'all were talking about Reagan. Reagan would have been president at that time. And just that, oh, this is all crazy. And so I gave her that scenario, and we were just in a friendly chat. And I said, well, think about this for a little bit. Here's what you're proposing. Now think about who the government is. You're proposing that only the government have guns, and that everybody else who has guns is strictly regulated, and the government has a list of all of those people. Now let's take it to that next step. Who's the government? Who's in control of that list? It's not working to control criminals. We know that. We can see that in all of our data. At that time, crime rates were going up, not coming down. And so I just simply posed that question to her, and then we changed the subject and went on to something else. But a couple of days later, she came into the shop. I was working at a computer shop in those days, and she came into the shop, and she kind of looked at me and said, "That was a really good point you made the other day. Maybe I should learn how to handle a gun." And I later taught her how to shoot. And I don't know that she ever actually went out and bought a gun of her own, but I helped her get familiar with firearms and how they work. And it was effective. And I've done it several times beyond that. And it's really good in a public debate to give that presentation in the discussion. Hey, you hate Trump, and when Trump was the president, to suggest, okay, so you want Donald Trump and his government to be the only ones that have effective firearms. And it gives them pause. It causes them to stop and think. If you don't go somewhere that crosses into their belief system, you're never going to going to convince them. But being rational and calm. I've never seen the point in yelling and arguing and talking over each other. Um, there's no point in that. But I definitely believe in calling people out when they're lying. I definitely believe in pointing out their falsehoods. But the most effective is to get somewhere where they actually live, to get into their head where you're talking about something, a scenario that they can believe in, you know, and then where does that go? Right. Woods saying you hate the police and so forth, but only they get the guns. Are you sure you want to go down that road? And I think that's an excellent observation. You know, oh well, disband the police, and then what?
Yeah, and then you're saying effectively, now I only want the criminals to have the guns, because essentially no one believes that prohibition or whatever is going to work, right? They're all going to understand that criminals are going to get what they want.
And another thing is, illegalize the guns like marijuana. We're that's worked out really well so far. You know, prohibition doesn't work, and when you come at it from an angle that these people believe, you know, that you hit them in their beliefs, that's the most effective arguments. That's the way to, and you might not win the argument at the moment because these people, you know, everything in politics right now is my team versus your team, and you know, getting one over on your team, and that's just foolishness and stupidity, and you can't argue with that. They just I'm going to win, and I'm going to say and do anything by any means necessary to get there, and that's, you know, you can't argue with that kind of foolishness.
Well, I tell you what, we've been kind of talking in theoretically here, but you do more real stuff than most people that are here, me and Gizzard, and most people that are listening. So, if you got a minute, I don't know how much time you got. Where are we at in 2023? What's your opinion of, like, you know, where the community's at, what we've got, well, challenges and resources going forward?
In the big picture, we're in some ways we're in a very good place. The litigation with Bruen, things are looking very good, although there's some scary stuff out there. There's a case that's in front of the Supreme Court right now that one of the terms that's used in legal field is I just lost it, a sympathetic actor. You want preferably someone like Dick Heller as your plaintiff, because Dick Heller is a sympathetic plaintiff. He's a good guy. He works security. He carries a gun at work and was disarmed when he would go home in DC, and didn't live in the ritzy neighborhoods and all of that. So Dick Heller was a very sympathetic plaintiff. Now we've got one, and for, again, I'm losing the name completely, but it's in front of the Supreme Court right now.
Rahimi or something.
Rahimi. Yeah, Rahimi is extremely unsympathetic. He's a scumbag, and he's got a long record, and he's got a criminal history, and he's got a long record of abusing women. And his case is challenging on Second Amendment grounds the automatic removal of your Second Amendment rights when you're under an order of protection for domestic violence, particularly, specifically. And that's a case that, from a legal standpoint and a rational letter of the law standpoint, he's absolutely correct. His lawyers are absolutely correct. But because he's such an unfriendly player, because of his record and so forth, the Biden Justice Department pushed through to rush his case directly up to the Supreme Court, exactly the opposite of what they've been doing with all of these cases on assault weapons bans and bump stocks and sensitive areas and all of this. They're dragging their feet as much as they can and praying for Justice Thomas to keel over. But for Rahimi, they rushed him through and got him right up into the Supreme Court. It was like astounding. It's one of the fastest cases to ever get to the Supreme Court. And the hope is on their side that the fact that Rahimi is such a bad guy will pressure the justices into making a little bend and a tear and a little hole in the protections of the Bruen decision. And once they have that hole in the dike, then you've got the potential for the floodwaters to come through. So, the Bruen decision, great, yay, excellent decision, excellent ruling from excellent decision written by Justice Thomas. But if they can't hold together their coalition of at least 5 of their 6 votes in the Bruen decision to stand by what Bruen says when they apply it to Rahimi, then that's little breaks in the dam. And of course, we know that our opponents will exploit those to the extreme. On the political front, unfortunately, we are probably as divided, if not more so, than we've been since the Civil War. And it comes right back to that my team versus your team stuff. I think that Trump derangement syndrome is absolutely real. There's no question about it. These people, orange man bad, you say Trump's name and they go crazy. And the other side of that Trump coin is you've got the Trump Messiah syndrome, the people who absolutely believe that Donald Trump is the end all be all. He's the only one who can save us. He's you can't say a thing against him without his sycophants just going crazy all over you. And you're canceled from both sides. If you don't say I hate Trump, then the Trump derangement syndrome people say, well, then you're a Nazi. And if you say Trump isn't my favorite, well, the Trump Messiah syndrome people are going to say, well, you're a communist. And so holding middle ground or holding independent thought becomes very difficult in that circumstance. And it's not just the pro-Trumps and the anti-Trumps. It's we see it really bigly right now, all of the coalition of the crazy leftists who are jumping on the Palestine bandwagon and supporting Hamas. This is a terrorist organization, you idiots. Back off, But it's all of this cancel culture. Either you're with us or you're against us. Either you're on my side or you're the enemy. And those divisions are really problematic. And frankly, the situation with the Israel and Palestine, Palestinian Arabs, however you want to refer to those folks, is playing out right at this moment to the benefit of conservatives in the United States, because it's breaking up the liberal coalition to some degree. How far that will go and what the long range effects of that are going to be, I don't know. But having the having those relationships challenged and broken up a little bit, there's a whole lot of very, very liberal Jews who are suddenly saying, holy cow, why are all of my friends against me now? Why are they opposing me? And the question is, will they take a step back and say, gee, these friends of mine aren't my friends. I'm going to quit funding their lunacy and their pet projects, and I'm going to quit supporting them. And maybe I'm going to vote for someone who is going to stand closer to my beliefs, my big beliefs, instead of all of these little ancillary things that aren't the core issue. You know, the phrase "never again" has to mean something, and if it means never again because we'll all be dead, um, that's not a good ending for Jewish people, and they need to recognize that. Um, and step up and stop voting for these politicians who are disarming them in the face of these kinds of threats. In Israel right now, they're passing out quote unquote assault weapons to civilians. And actually, there are people in our Congress who are upset about that, well, those Jews might go after uh, uh, might be Islamophobes and incite violence against Muslims. Well, uh, probably not. They've been the good guys so far and the victims so far, but they will use them to defend themselves when the crazy jihadists come over the wall, and that would be a good thing. But it's important that American Jews recognize what's going on, and so at this moment in that sphere, I think that hopefully these coalitions of the left are breaking down a little bit. That this argument is separating them, and we'll see some changes, and hopefully Republicans and conservatives and pro-gun politicians will see how this is playing out and will do smart things moving forward. I'm a firm believer in the two-party system. There's the evil party and the stupid party, and sometimes they get together and they do something that's evil and stupid, and they call that bipartisan. But you have to play with the hand that you're dealt. And this is the other point that I made. The first point that I made is that on the political front, if we don't win majorities, if we don't win the White House, then we don't win any of our objectives. The first thing is we've got to win politically. And the way we win politically is by playing smart in between elections to promote the likelihood that we'll win in the election. And when I say we, that can be gun voters, but the reality of the playing field right now is Republicans and Democrats. I personally lean very hard libertarian, but I'm a lifelong registered Republican. I believe in building the libertarian wing of the Republican Party. The Democrats have declared themselves the enemy to gun rights, and we have to hear them and accept what they're saying, just as people need to hear Palestine and Hamas and accept that their objective is to destroy the nation of Israel and kill all the Jews, that's truly what they want to do. Well, the Democratic Party has declared their intention. It is to get rid of all of the guns and make the government bigger and stronger and more powerful. I oppose all of those things. So when we look at the political situation, I get really frustrated. A couple of my congressmen were part of it with getting rid of the speaker the other day, because he wasn't stomping his foot and saying no loud enough. He was making the deals that could be made at the time, and he was actually doing it pretty smartly, Kevin McCarthy. But it wasn't in your face enough for a handful of Republican Congress critters, and so they stomped their foot and kicked him out, which accomplished little to nothing. Although I do like the new speaker, I think that he's. We'll see where it goes, but I think that that there's promise there. But our objective, everything that this Congress does right now, needs to be geared toward winning the election in 2024 so that we can actually accomplish something. We need to win the White House, we need to win the Senate, and we need to get a much bigger majority in the House if we're going to accomplish anything. But stomping our foot and yelling no and doing things that would cause independent voters and those crossover Democrats to come to our side, if we're doing things that pushes them away, we're cutting our own throats, and we're keeping ourselves from being able to win in the election. And if you don't win the election, you can't win the fight in Congress. And it's that simple. There's no more rational thought in Congress than there is out here in the masses. It's either you're on my side or you're my enemy. Either we're 100% on this or you're the bad guy. And as I've said many, many times, to me, it sounds like I'm getting really, really repetitive, but a rhino in the midst of a herd of elephants is a nuisance. A couple of rhinos in the midst of a herd of elephants are a nuisance, but a couple of rhinos in the midst of a herd of donkeys, that's a real problem. We've got to make sure that the herd is the elephants and that the rhinos and the jackasses are the minority, or we can't win. And winning is what it's all about. Lecture over.
Well, I let you rant for a bit there, so I appreciate it, but I didn't want to stop you. I was making some notes here. Hopefully people that are listening, if they've got any points or questions or whatever, feel free to drop them in there. But, I asked what's the state of 2A, and you brought up some of the political stuff that's happening, because nothing happens in a vacuum, I'm assuming. And your mind must have gone to the environment and how to either set the stage or deal with imminent, what's going to happen, what we're going into an election year. So it's going to get fairly crazy on a cyclical type of thing that a lot of people are familiar with, and some people are going to be experiencing for the first time. So again, if you've got some time to dig into some of this stuff, if it's not too late, then I'd like to pick your brain on a couple of items here that we kind of touched on.
Run with it.
So there's some starred questions out there. So I'm going to start with this one as a palate cleanser. It's kind of from before. You might have even jumped in, but Rick was saying, I hear often from people, if there were no guns, there wouldn't be any crimes. So, I haven't heard that one in a while, but I think that one is easily, what's the word, like addressed with the drug war. There was no whatever, if you don't want drugs because drugs are bad, then just make laws that get rid of the drugs and there won't be any drugs. Well, it doesn't happen. There's still going to be them. So you can suggest that if there were no guns, there wouldn't be any crimes. But how do you obtain that? You have to outlaw them, and that creates a black market. And now only the criminals have them. So that's not going to remove them. It's there's not that way to remove them. You can't snap your fingers. So I think that's the way I would address it. I don't know if anybody else has a.
Right. Well, and Cain used an assault rifle to kill Abel. We all know. So even if you could magically make all of the guns go away, then you've just added power to the bigger, stronger, meaner people.
Yeah, that I never get. Like, okay, let's blink and all the guns are gone. Now what's stopping everybody bigger from pushing around everybody smaller? Just take, everybody bigger wins now.
I just saw a viral video that popped up. A convenience store clerk looked like a heavy-set woman, but a group of 5 Utes with their black balaclavas on came wandering into the convenience store, and one of them just charged full bore right on this woman and started pounding her in the face and kicking and punching and kneeing and took her to the ground and kicking on her. He didn't stop while all of his buddies were busy grabbing cigarettes and beer and whatever and rushing out of the store. He was 90 miles an hour, fist flying. And, the question that YouTube video that I saw brought forward was, would she have been justified in pulling a gun and shooting one or more of those kids? And unfortunately, the reality is she might have been able to get away with it. She might have been able to save herself that way, but probably would have been drugged through the courts for years and very likely could have been convicted of, going too far. Well, they didn't have guns. They didn't have weapons. So, that was an excessive response. And we've gotten a lot of that in legal these days. And I'm sorry, I don't buy into that whole notion, but it is, that kid didn't come at her with a knife. He didn't come at her with a gun. He came at her with his fists and his feet and his knees and his elbows, and he beat the crap out of her. Do we stand by and just allow that? And yeah, if you could magically get rid of all of the guns, that's what you would have still going on.
Jizzer, you want to throw in on that?
Well, that also implies that the only good reason to use a firearm in self-defense is if someone else has a firearm. I don't personally buy that argument. If you're put into a position where your life or well-being is in danger and you have no means, of defending yourself in any other way. I'm a 63-year-old man. I can't throw punches with this guy. But I'm not going to let him beat me to death either. I shouldn't have to. The reason I carry a firearm is, not to match up with somebody else who has a firearm. I mean, it's for defense, period.
There's also that's part of the same concept as the Castle Doctrine and that kind of thing. Like the people that will say, oh, that person who's getting beat should just take the beating because that person who's beating them has no reason to beat them to death. So they're going to stop, and the victims should somehow know that's the intent, or that there's going to be a threshold that's not going to be crossed. And that's unreasonable. It's ridiculous. And it's not, that's just not the way it is. But that's I don't want to say delusion, but that's the point of view that I find, or it seems that people have when they'll defend the idea that, if you don't bring guns into the equation, it's all just fist fights and everybody's honorable or something. Like people don't get stabbed in those cases or beaten to being permanently, harmed.
Right. Life-changing beating. Well, at least nobody died.
At least it wasn't a gun. And
Yeah,
it's
and at least it
these
wasn't a
leaps
gun.
of, I think it lends to what Blue is saying here. I think that when people vote for gun control, it's simply because they have a low knowledge in gun safety or basic firearms use, and they assume make bad guy with gun illegal and it'll go away. It's kind of what it's kind of another way to get to where we're at with the idea that if they made the things go away, then all the negative around them goes away, and then they just make that leap that, and therefore no bad things will happen. Nothing will fill the space. The bad people aren't still there. When we were jumping around here, I wanted to get more into the politics, but that's when you get into the gun-free zone thing too, and the whole like, oh, if you say the bad people can't be here, then somehow that works.
Right. That sign on the door makes it a magic zone that
Makes
nobody
me
could ever
feel
shoot here.
But without getting into that, I'm going to jump back to my questions. So let's see. One of the things I was going to ask you, because you've got an experience in over time, paying attention to this over time, that few people, I mean, you might know how many people have been around longer than you. We all know a couple of people that have been around longer than you've been in the scene, but you might know people who've been around as long that are not name brands or something. But I'm guessing you're in a small and dwindling group of people that have been paying attention for a while. Do the gun voters, I know we change over time, but do you see trends? Are there cycles that you can rely on? Are there cycles that happen like a heartbeat where, it's like irregular, but there's cycles? Or is it just complete chaos? Or how would you interpret gun owners as however you want to, over time? Like, are we manageable, or are we completely chaotic?
To a large degree, we're completely chaotic. Um, my dad always referred to it as herding cats. One of the big problems with the gun issue among gun guys is that it's so simple, it's so straightforward, it's so easily understood, it's so clear that everybody involved has the answer, and they're going to pursue their answer and their strategy. And so you get, in a, I don't know, are you allowed to say this anymore? Well, let's put it in the kitchen instead of in the that there's too many cooks in the kitchen, that everybody wants to be the head chef, and that's not always a good thing. It's good to have different opinions and different perspectives and different ideas, but one of the things that the gun movement, the rights movement, has struggled with, especially in the last 20 years since my father's death, is a lack of that person that you could always look at and say he's right, that you could safely follow and know he's right, he's been there, he's done this, he's right, and we need to listen to him before we go racing off half-cocked, or before we shift directions or whatever. And I think that Dad was that person for a lot of the pro-gun crowd for many years, and losing him was, in my opinion, and I'm obviously biased about it, but I think that was a really big blow to our cause, because he did have the gravitas and the experience and the respect of so many people. But in bigger picture, general terms, what I've seen over the last 30, 40 years is the hardcore has grown and gotten a little bit more militant, and we've, everything is always a spectrum, and the our strong right arm side of the spectrum has gotten stronger and more powerful, with more younger people moving into it. The the middle section, what that that right hand sees as FUDs, has kind of tooled along at their same rate, but the problem that I see to a large degree, and it's always been a problem, but it's more dramatic now than I think it has been in the past, is that the 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 young guys look back at the old guys and call them FUDs, and the old guys look at the young guys and call them radicals or LARPers or whatever. And so we're fighting amongst ourselves to a degree, when we really need to come down to basic principles and understanding those basic principles. A lot of the young guys, they don't know anything about the history, and they consider everyone who came before to be a FUD that made concessions and lost rights. And I've been thinking about this lately, that I want to do a bumper sticker. If you like your guns, thank a FUD, because without the FUDs,
No, you should. That's an excellent one. Like, we can definitely work on that. I'd be down.
yeah, without the FUDs, we would have lost this fight decades ago, completely lost the fight decades ago. At the same time, the FUDs tried to be reasonable. And that's why we learned the lesson that we can't be reasonable, because there's no such thing as reasonable. And it took a couple of slaps upside the head for us to figure that out. But the idea that we could have in 1966 just stood up and said Second Amendment and it was over and we won is just insanity. That's people who don't understand what the political climate of the day was, where people were at that time, and what was possible at that time. We avoided in 1966 to 68, we avoided much, much worse than what we got. I'm not happy with what we got, and we fixed a whole lot of that in 1986, where we made it better in 1986, but unfortunately they let the Hughes Amendment come in on top of that, and on top of the Firearms Owners Protection Act. And so when you talk about FOPA, the Gun Culture 2.0 looks at it and all they see is the Hughes Amendment, and they don't see any of the rest of it. They don't see the
They never wrote their name down on a piece of paper to buy ammo.
Right. They didn't have to fill out and show their ID to buy ammo. They didn't have to buy ammo only in the store, face-to-face transaction. They can call up Lucky Gunner and have a pallet load of 5.56 delivered tomorrow. And
but you
back
could
in
not,
the day, you couldn't.
Not in 1985. Right. In 1985, it was a different thing. And we hear about the gun shops today getting zero tolerance, which is not acceptable. But it was since 1985 that happened. Like, that ended in 1985, because they were doing the same or a very similar tactic in 85.
Oh, it was even worse. It was even worse back in the 80s. That the ATF was truly a band of jackbooted thugs. That their charge was to enforce gun laws, and hell, going after criminals who are breaking gun laws was hard, but going after Joe Citizen and a gun dealer who's making paperwork errors or minor mistakes in the laws, well, they're easy to catch, they're easy to burn down, and they would do it, and they would do it with violence against just regular people. And we're seeing some of that coming back today, but it was very bad, and we stuck through it, built, tore through it, and of course in 78, 79 started the war against the ATF, got $4.5 million pulled out of their budget, got them slapped down by Congress, and eventually got the Firearms Owners Protection Act passed that handcuffed them in a lot of ways and tried to roll them back. But then we got Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, and frankly, W wasn't a huge help in between, that built them back up again and gave them back, even in the midst of Ruby Ridge and Waco. Unfortunately, again, the unintended consequences. You get Timothy McVeigh decides that he's going to fix everything and start the revolution by blowing up a federal building, and instead it came back on us, and it wasn't about us. But gosh, I remember when that happened. I was running a talk show in Arizona at the time, and had been talking with militia leaders and people who were just fed up with the federal government, and were hosting shoots where they had picture targets of Bill Clinton and Janet Reno downrange. And
this was after Ruby Ridge, so it wasn't like
right
just out
after
of the blue.
Ruby Ridge. But then the next day after Waco, after Ruby Ridge and Waco, but the next day after Oklahoma City, those guys just vanished. I hung out with some guys that called themselves militia, but I wasn't part of a militia. And we didn't shoot targets at Janet Reno, and so forth. And it really took all of the wind out of the sails of a lot of the rights movement. Yeah, we had a pretty big extremist, if I can use the term, movement going on at the time that was getting kind of radical and overdoing it. And but it all just evaporated overnight, and militia became a bad word, and anybody that was even tertiarily associated with them just became a pariah. And I see, to a degree, that going again. An example is the Oath Keepers. The media is getting away with constantly referring to the Oath Keepers as an anti-government group, anti-government extremists, when it's in the name. Oath Keepers, they are a pro-Constitution organization, but some of the people in positions of power within the Oath Keepers went into territory where they shouldn't have taken the organization, and they've tainted the entire organization with that. And that becomes a problem, and everything washes back on us. The PR battle is the battle. If we can't win the hearts and minds of the American people and keep them in our camp, we lose in the long run. It's all about winning hearts and minds.
Well, I definitely think it's about, Gizzard said earlier, like the ignorance is exploited, but I don't like to say ignorance like people are ignorant. It's just that they're not aware, right? But unawareness sounds dumb. So I say ignorance to kind of get the point across, but
it's accurate. It's an accurate term. Unfortunately, it's become a
Well, I don't mean it to be derogatory. Like, I'm ignorant
Right.
of French cooking or something. Like, it's just,
You bet.
unaware of it. Like, it's not like a bad thing, and there's no obligation either. I don't want to imply there's an obligation. You're allowed to, in a free country, be born, grow up, and not give a crap about a whole bunch of things, and guns can definitely be one of them. Right now, we have the ability and the obligation, perhaps, or the responsibility even to attempt to reach those people who have no interest, and that can be done. People don't have any interest in potato chips, but I'll bet you, or fried chicken maybe, and I'll bet you they can tell you the fried chicken establishment. So it can happen through osmosis or repetition or just social society, right? So we've got the ability to make people aware and to remove, at least I believe we have the ability to remove some, I don't know what to call them, like elements from the playing field that the other side uses often. And that is unawareness, like, just, I don't want to say ignorance again, but, just the lack of interest in firearms to 99% of people, or at least, some number of people that's greatly larger than those of us who care and those of us who don't care, or I guess, care the other way. I don't know what
Right.
those numbers are. Do you think it's really 20 and 20 and then 60, or is it some non-precise, but we always just say that, like, there's probably 20% of us that are pro-gun, 20% that hate guns and will never like them, and that, whatever in the middle, 40% and 60% in the middle? Or do you
No,
think
I don't.
Sure.
I don't think we're anywhere close to that. I think that we're closer to 40% that are pro gun generally. I mean, and there's a spectrum within that 40%, of course, but then you've got about 10% that are virulently anti-gun, and all the rest are just wandering around and following whoever,
whatever
following their
sounds good?
gut.
Yeah, like whatever seems reasonable,
Right.
whatever sounds
Listening
logical
to
at the time.
listening to the emotional pleas, because, of course, the antis are really big on using emotion and for the
Well, let's say
children.
let's say
all that.
reactionary, because they could change to
Right.
a clinical and they'd still be anti, right? Like, so the reactionary, like the exploitative, like, hey,
Right.
something happened, it's in the news, we're not going to let a tragedy go to waste. Here's something sounds reasonable to you, because
Right. They're very good at that, and we need to counter that. An example of that, I testified before the city council in Washington D.C., and it was an interesting thing the first time that I was there, because I was new to their proceedings, and you could, before the hearing started, you could walk up and talk to the council members who were sitting up on the dais. And as I went up to introduce myself to them, Marion Barry was still a member of the council at that time, and I went up to introduce myself to them, and there was a guy that went up right in front of me, and they all just smiled and reached over the rail and shook his hand, and everybody took his card, and they were chit-chatting back and forth on what they were going to do, and, well, it's good to meet you, and, well, we'll have to get together on that, and we'll talk about that. And he was the new guy from the Brady Bunch that they had never met, and they welcomed him like a long lost brother. And I introduced myself and reached out, and they looked at me like I had leprosy. So it was really clear from the outset. But when it came time for my testimony, I threw my written testimony out the window, because Marion Barry did this emotional speech about all of the funerals that he's had to attend as a prominent figure in Washington D.C. And so I shifted, because I said, Mr. Barry, you talked about the funerals that you've had to attend. Let me tell you about funerals that I haven't had to attend. I didn't have to go to a funeral for my great grandmother when she was 15, when a man tried to break into her house screaming that he was going to rape and murder her and murder all of her little brothers and sisters. I didn't have to go to the funeral of my grandmother and my aunt when they were accosted in a ghost town in New Mexico by a man with a large knife, and my grandmother pulled a pistol out and backed him down. I didn't have to go to the funeral of my little sister who was home alone one day and heard a noise in the basement, and when she opened the basement door, there was a guy coming up the stairs, and he turned around when she pointed the pistol at him. Those are funerals that I didn't have to go to because they didn't happen. The deaths didn't happen. And the reason they didn't happen was because someone had a gun and was able to defend themselves. And it had no sway on anybody sitting up on that dais that day, but I think that it held some sway with people who were in the audience and made a difference. And I think that those are the kind of stories that we need to be focusing on a little bit more. We need to talk about that a little bit more. Even, Bernie Goetz, the jury in New York found Bernie Goetz not guilty of murder or manslaughter or anything. They found him not guilty on all of the charges except the charge of illegally possessing a handgun in the subway. And it's like, guys, how can you say he was justified in shooting these guys, but he wasn't justified in having the means to shoot them? And so we're going to send him to prison because he had the gun that he used to save his own life. And we see that play out in the courts, over and over again. And it's just, come on, people. And those are cases that I think we could win. We could win hearts and minds by bringing those more to the forefront, and a little bit less of just holding our gun over our head and yelling Second Amendment or from my cold dead hands or any of those other bumper sticker slogans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to disagree, but I've had conversations with people, although it's been a while, but that just don't value defense of their own over harm to others. And
Right.
you're not. My goal isn't to change their mind; they can live however they want to live. So I'd rather figure out our points to make that don't challenge that tendency. Because if you're a person who has a whatever that's called, like a
Pacifist position.
well, but the other side, the people that have a will to live and are willing to defend
Right.
themselves, that understand, because there's often a thing that goes around. It's been around for a long time. It's pervasive in our community, where you can ask a lady, would you defend yourself lethally? Will you use lethal force to defend yourself? And she'll often say, no, of course not. That's not, if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. She doesn't even have to be some kind of crazy religious person to have that feeling, to just not want to take the, to make the wrong decision and hurt somebody. She'd rather bow out, I guess. But then you say your children are right there, and then she'll change her mind and say, yes, I'll defend my children, with lethal force. So there's, aside from that, not everyone's like that. And our goal isn't to change their mind. Our goal is to make them leave us alone. So I think another tactic, for example, would be, okay, so let's not even go that way. Let's find out ideally ahead of time, not even bring that up so that none of those emotional hairs are raised, right? But instead say something like, so a person's having a hard time and their friends and the people who know what they're, is good for them, knows that they're probably shouldn't have access to things that could harm them. So let's take away only one thing and stress them out even more and then leave. Like, does
Right.
any of that sound good? What part of this sounds good? Let's run into their house, take the thing that they may or may not have a real, emotional attachment to, and take that and leave. Like, if someone said, hey, you know what? We've decided you're not a good parent. We're just going to run in, take your children and leave. They're no big deal, right? Like, now we've solved the problem. No, you haven't solved nothing. You've agitated stuff. So now you haven't forced that person to think about harming somebody else or have to worry about somebody else harming somebody else. Now it's, now let's just go in and do something stupidly when we don't need to do it that way. Or maybe
Right.
time to give that person the help they need. Maybe we bring some kind of I don't know, monitor in or a robot in or a dog in. Maybe it's time to get that person a dog, or maybe it's time to suggest they, it's something else. But you get that person off of the whole idea that our guns are somehow anyway involved in this whole thing. But anyway, that's fun.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the looking at guns only in these stupid red flag laws is just lunacy.
And it seems like awareness, like there could be a marketing campaign, an awareness campaign to say, okay, here's the deal. Somebody's stressed out. Let's go in and make a big deal and take one dangerous item away from them. They're so sad because of something happened. Let's go in and take the one dangerous item we're afraid of away from them. And that's helped the person. And you could do that in such a funny way, in such a depressing way, in such an interesting way, in such a eye-opening way. There's so many ways to address that. How come we don't have national level organizations challenging our content creators to create campaigns to create that kind of awareness and end red flag laws from even being on a topic? Like, we could address that. Could be something that unifies the community. But anyway, I guess.
Well, unfortunately, too many in our national rights organizations think that, well, it might not be that bad as long as they have due process. It's but in the same vein, I look back at Waco, and it's okay. My neighbor is accusing me of spying on him and says that if I don't stop spying on him, he will do something bad to me. So I've set up cameras and a telescope so that I can watch him more closely. That might not be your best strategy. And that's basically what they did with the folks at Waco. We've got this crazy church that thinks that the federal government's going to murder them all. So that's obviously crazy. So let's go and stage a massive raid against them and take them to jail. That was a really, really bad idea. And anybody who was looking at it should have said, wait, these guys think that we're going to kill them, so you're going to go in with guns and arrest their leader? Why don't you just pick him up while he's jogging? Or, I don't know, maybe arrest him when you're out at the range with him, shooting with him with your undercover agents, which they did on a couple of occasions. But yeah, people need, and I've done a couple of series where I've written articles that were, more stupid gun laws, and I bring these stupid gun laws out and lay them out on the table. Unfortunately, my audience tends to be, nowadays especially, tends to be guys who are already in our camp. And so we're always preaching to the choir. The benefit of that is that I'm teaching the choir the words to the song. That's the way I look at it. Somebody's got to be the preacher, and I've got the pulpit. So let's try and educate my congregation.
I'm going to interrupt you there, because you brought that up at the first gun rights policy conference, well, the first AMCON in Dallas, 2017, right? You got up whenever somebody was shitting on the idea of preaching to the choir, and you brought up that point, and I've been bringing it up since, that it's bad if that's all we do, but if we never do it, then we're never singing together. We're never able to come together and sing on key, right? And when we do, we're chaotic. So I thought that was a great point. I just wanted to reiterate and say thanks for bringing that up, because I've been using it since 17.
Yeah, well, good. And it's absolutely true. If your choir isn't in line, then your church is failing. But I used to write for WND, WorldNet Daily, and that reached a broader audience, though still a very conservative audience. But we definitely need to get this message out. And that's one of the good things that Charlton Heston was able to do when he was president of the NRA. He had the reach to get up there. And I wasn't a fan of Heston. When he was on script, he was good. My mother had suggested years before he got involved in the NRA that we hire him to be a spokesperson for the NRA back then, and everybody was like, "Well, it'll cost us $1 million a year." Well, guess what they were paying to have him as president for 5 years? You know, he was flying private jets everywhere and staying in top class accommodations, and now we're paying, you know, Wayne LaPierre $1.5 million a year, more than that, and he's not doing the job. So, but yeah, Heston had that reach and was able to preach to the rest of the public a whole lot better than any of us ever can, and we need more of that. But
Would you say
boy,
he was like a Harrison Ford of the day,
oh,
or
he
more
was
like a Tom Selleck?
Harrison Ford and Tom Cruise combined.
Okay,
I
so he
mean,
was even bigger. He was a big star.
he was a superstar. He was a megastar,
Okay.
and and he was well remembered. Even, you know, he became president of NRA in what, 98, um, and that was in his twilight years. But everybody who was over 35 knew him and knew who he was, and most important was that he had the connections in the media. And um, you know, every talk show host in the country, the idea of having Charlton Heston on their show, um, that was just spectacular for them. And, you know, there aren't a whole lot of talk shows around the country who are clamoring for Jeff Knox or Larry Pratt or Alan Gottlieb or Eric Pratt to come on their talk show.
The names
They're
of
not
the
that interested.
organizations, yeah.
Yeah.
And he would, just since we're on this topic, I've never actually thought about this before when you brought this up. Um, but would when he would come onto a show, would they bring him on to talk about NRA, or would he be coming on to talk about a movie or something, and then would NRA come up, or did he not really bring up NRA?
No, he was at that time. Once he was in the NRA camp after '97, they brought him on to talk about NRA and talk about guns, um, and he had, you know, uh,
Would it be like
public.
here's the guy from Mutual of Omaha is talking about snakes, or would it be like in reaction to a news of the day?
Well, it would be in the news in the day, and mostly it would be, you know, Charlton Heston, famous actor. Uh, wow, it's really great to have you here. Now you've gotten involved in the NRA, and why can't we ban assault weapons? Why can't, you know, why do we have to
Oh,
keep
straight
seeing all
PR,
these children die?
straight PRs then, like good
Oh yeah,
work.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And he had a publicist or a couple of publicists that were actively getting him on all of the big shows as well as a lot of the smaller local talk shows. Um, he came to Washington State. Would have been what, 1999, something like that. Initiative 667, 676. Something like that. Anyway, and he did rallies all around the state and would draw, you know, hundreds and thousands of people to these rallies, um, because it was, you know, kind of like Donald Trump 5 years ago. You know, it was, wow, he's a big celebrity and he's saying things we like to hear. Let's go see him. So
So then
having that makes a difference. It really does.
I'm going to go on a tangent again and ask then. I was going to ask this later because I was going to ask Patriot's question that's on the screen right now. Patriot
Right.
asked a while ago this question. We'll get to it, but I'm going to sidetrack that because I was about to ask you something about the NRA, but now let me ask you this. One that I don't even have listed in here yet. When Wayne got in, I was going to ask, just in the something you mentioned earlier, I was going to ask, when Wayne first got in, he kind of replaced Charlton Heston because I think they had a fight or something. I don't remember. How long did Wayne just ride on the shirt tails of Charlton Heston's memory / influence, or is he still riding on that now is what I'm wondering.
Well, I don't. I mean, Wayne now is defunct.
Right. I mean, how like did he ride it till the end, or is like that as long as he lasted, or was that even an influence? Or I'm just imagining that.
I'm not sure exactly how you're
I mean,
where
if
you
somebody was
are on
like,
that.
"Wow, I really like Charleston Heston, and he sold me on the NRA. I'm an NRA person." Oh, now it's Wayne. I don't care because I like the NRA because of Charleston Heston sold me on the NRA a long time ago, and I don't care what.
No, no, not so much.
Okay, he wasn't that.
I don't think that he recruited a whole lot. Well, he did recruit. He recruited a lot of the choir that had wandered away. He brought them back, um, especially the Fuds. And I are one, but I'm also the cutting edge of gun culture 2.0. So I've got a foot in both of those camps. But um, the the key thing to the key thing on Heston and Lapierre. Lapierre had come in as a lobbyist. He was hired by ILA as a lobbyist in 1978, and he climbed the ladder in ILA, and managed to structure it so that he survived when Dad and Tanya Metaxa were fired from ILA in 1984, and he moved up and became eventually, I mean, he became first federal affairs director, and then he became executive director of ILA, um, and was continuing the work that Dad had started at ILA with the Firearms Owners Protection Act, and finally got that passed in 1986. But it was 1991 when Wayne became executive vice president of NRA, and it was 96 that the board was a little annoyed with some of the things that Wayne had been doing. Wayne took over NRA when NRA was in pretty bad condition, and it had been the leadership had been screwing up for several years, and so Wayne had a very difficult task in front of him when he took over NRA in 1991, and was slowly making progress, but he was in this fundraising mode that was very aggressive, and he was making mistakes. And there came a point in 1996 when Dad was on the board. He was the first vice president, and a majority of the board was so mad at Wayne because he had been misleading them on some things and was doing things that they had told him to stop doing, that they were ready to fire him. But it took a 2/3 majority to actually fire him, and so they didn't have the votes. So Wayne survived up until the members meeting in 1997, and at that members meeting, Charlton Heston was brought in as the 76th director. So they decided that he could run for 76th director because he had gotten write-in votes in the previous election, and nobody had ever been allowed to run for the 76th seat unless they had been a bona fide candidate, not a write-in candidate. But anyway, they declared that he could run, and of course he won because he had such name recognition amongst the NRA members that were there at the conference. And then at the board meeting the next day or 2 days later, they nominated Heston for first vice president against Dad. And that took us completely by surprise. I don't know why. I look back on it and I can't understand why we didn't see that coming, but we didn't. And so they nominated Heston to run for first vice president against my dad, and Heston won by 4 votes. and right after the election, he left and went to do a radio interview, flew back to Los Angeles and did a radio interview in which he repeatedly stated that AK-47s are inappropriate for civilians to own. He said that over and over again. And so the next couple of months were very uncomfortable for everyone at NRA, but they eventually got Heston on target and on script, and he started doing things effectively for the association. But throughout Heston's 5-year reign as president of the National Rifle Association, Wayne LaPierre was the executive vice president. He was the CEO of the company during all of that, and continued on to this day. But
Okay, so it wasn't one and then the other. They were concurrent.
No,
Okay.
they were concurrent, and
He certainly then used his popularity / ability to pull people to get the memberships and to grow the organization and do the thing. So then
Heston helped hugely in building the organization back up. He helped hugely in fundraising. He helped quite a bit in lobbying and legislation. Heston was a boon to the NRA. He really was. And I would have preferred to see him as someone that we were paying to do that. But because the presidency is a volunteer job, but it was definitely costing the association a whole lot of money for Heston and his entourage, just transporting him around and doing all of the things that they needed to do for him. But
is that because he was like extravagant, or just in general it just costs money to move people all around?
Well, he's a gazillionaire, and he expected to be treated like a gazillionaire.
Okay.
So NRA was flying him on private jets, and this is one of the things that held over. Was once Heston was gone, Wayne had been flying private jets for the last 5 years because he was going everywhere that Heston went. And so he's got, the guy's name is Tony Macris. He had Tony Macris whispering in his ear that you deserve this, Wayne. This is the way you should be traveling. This is, and his salary went from $250,000 a year to $1 million a year during that 5 years. And he, he bought into this idea that it was about making money and that he deserved, a big percentage of the money that he was making for the NRA. And there's no question, Wayne used to be an effective fundraiser. And once it got to a certain point, and Heston opened a lot of doors for Wayne where he would be able to go in and sit down in a room full of millionaires, multi-gajillionaires, and say, hey guys, we really need your help. Write us a check. And they would write a check, a big check. And that, I don't put a whole lot of that. I don't give a whole lot of credit for that to Wayne himself. I give that credit to the office and the circumstance that Charlton Heston helped to create. Back in the early 80s, Washingtonian magazine came out with their list of the 100 most influential people in Washington, and my dad was on that list. And it was the first time that anybody at NRA had ever been on that list. And he just shook his head and poo-pooed the whole thing, that it's not me that's on the list, it's my position. It's the office that I hold as director of ILA. But he was too humble because he created the power in that office and he wielded it and was effective with it. And that's why he was on that list of the 100 most influential. But Wayne, similarly, it's the office, and he did wield it fairly effectively, especially with the help of Charlton Heston. But but I don't give Wayne a whole lot of personal credit for that. I think that it's more the office and the aura that had gone around that office that he's subsequently destroyed. But
Would it be the same with lobbying? Like, was it his skill as a lobbyist, or was it the weight he held with the membership of the NRA?
oh, NRA's power has always come from the membership completely. Um,
So you could
the
have like a dumbass, or you could have a brilliant, you could have the best or the worst, and they'd all be as effective as each other because the organization is what's really the weight.
No, as long as they're competent, you have to have competency,
Okay.
but any competent lobbyist would be who has the NRA backing them would be able to go in, because that competent lobbyist could, within a matter of hours, if not a couple of days, have any legislator in the building just buried in faxes and emails and letters. Back in the day, people used to write letters and they would mail them to people. It was really amazing. But
Is there a way to say, like, there's lobbyists for the coal industry, and there's lobbyists for solar power, and there's lobbyists for each country probably, and there's like all these lobbyists. Is there any way to
right.
know? Is there like a ranking to know the NRA lobby weight?
Well, the difference is those other guys, what they bring to the table, most of them, what they bring to the table is money or no money. That's all they've got. I can give you money or I can withhold money.
Oh, I
That's
see.
that's all they've got. Um, where a lobbyist for the NRA says, "I've got 5 million members, and I'm going to send out 20 million postcards to people who are members and who think that they're members or who are fellow travelers, and we're going to burn you down, or we're going to get you reelected." And that was potentially true. The NRA, when the NRA is working right, the NRA has the potential to make or break at least half of the members of Congress. They
And then
can be the difference in those people's elections. And the only thing the one thing that matters more to a politician than anything else is his ability to be elected. And if you can impact that, you can rule that politician.
Okay, so thanks for clarifying. It's not so much like a size matters thing. It's more of their abilities and what they can.
What we can bring to the table and what the NRA can bring to the table is votes.
So
Either
that
votes for you or votes against you.
are there other lobbyists that, I mean, there must be some other lobbyists that have similar influence. So is there a way to weight us with like?
Yeah. The union lobbyists are probably the closest.
Okay.
And they bring tons of money and votes, because union members, for some irrational reason, do what their union tells them. I don't know if they think that their union will know if they vote wrong, but it used to be that the gun issue was one of the only issues that would break a union member away from his union and voting for his union. But there was a time, well, and you can see it in politicians like John Dingell from Michigan, that John Dingell was an officer, was a member of the board of directors of the NRA, was a staunch supporter of gun rights, because his union constituency wanted to vote Democrat, but they would cross the line if you were anti-gun. And so he was a pro-gun Democrat. And we used to have that. But
And he's the one that alerted Republicans to be ready for the 1968 bullshit.
well, Dingell.
Or is he the guy that rallied the NRA to be aware of the political stuff that was about to come down in '68? I thought, is he like the pigeon, or not the pigeon, but the canary in the coal mine? Was that his role, or am I mixing him up with somebody else?
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but Dingell was truly pro-gun. He moderated that because the Democrats forced him to, but at the same time, the NRA was moving much more partisan. The NRA has gotten much more partisan over the last, well, in the last 10 years, you can't blame them at all. But the 20 years before that, they were moving more and more into the Republican camp and looking more like the National Republican Auxiliary. And that was a problem, and it has become a problem because we need pro-gun Democrats, and we've lost them. They just don't exist anymore. Guys like John Tester, who claimed to be, he's not. So, on we go. But it's never as cut and dried, as black and white, as straight up and down as Gun Culture 2.0 wants to make it. And that's something that reading some history would help all of these guys, everybody in the gun rights movement. Please read some history, because without that history, we're doomed to repeat mistakes. And we're trying to, every single day, somebody in the gun movement is trying to repeat a mistake that we've already made and survived, or trying to recover from. So history matters.
Seriously, and it gets so frustrating sometimes. Not just from my bit of stuff that I've researched, and then mostly the stuff I've just experienced being old. Watching the cycles and the repetition. The first couple of times, it's like, oh, wait a minute, this has happened before, and then it's like, hey, wait, everybody, this happened before. Let's not do this again. And then it's like, no, seriously, let's not do this again. And then it's like, come on, let's not do this.
Yeah, imagine how I feel.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. That's why I appreciate that you're still doing it. So, Patriot has a question. But
yeah, let's take Patriot's
question. Just to finish out my series that I did have about the NRA here.
Okay.
NRA lobbying, that assuming that it doesn't have the influence that it had, right, is the shadow of that? What's the, kind of, I was asking before, where are we at in 2023 going into 24? Do we have I know we don't have what we had, but what's the status and what's the prediction?
It's hard to say. The NRA is not. They're trying. ILA is trying. They don't have the funding that they used to have. They don't have the clout that they used to have. The politicians see them as a wounded duck at this point. They're not, and so they're not nearly as influential as they were once upon a time. See, it used to be, along with the fear or the desire to be our friend that we used to be able to generate on the Hill, because of the votes that we could swing, there were also a lot of guys that wanted to really get into our good graces. NRAs. And so we had a lot of these politicians that used to come to us and say, how should I handle this? Or what about, I want to put forward a bill to try and do this. What do you guys think? And NRA would be working with these guys all the time behind the scenes. And I don't think that's happening anymore, or very little of that is happening anymore. Donald Trump's biggest mistakes in the gun cluster were with the blessings, or the apparent blessings, of Wayne LaPierre. And that was a huge, huge failure on LaPierre's part, that he had Donald Trump's ear, and he let Donald Trump do stupid things that really hurt him politically with gun voters. So they have hugely lost credibility. They still have some influence, but they don't have the friends and the connections that they used to have up on the Hill. And of course, NRA isn't the only game in town. The industry is getting more involved in lobbying. A lot of the industry, SIG in particular, has been working with Chris Cox and are now working more with SAF and Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms. So there's a little bit of a kind of behind the scenes power play going on in that direction, but the NRA does not hold the sway and the influence that they used to. And I fear that I think that had a significant impact on the 2022 elections. And I think that it has potential to have a significant impact or lack of impact on the 2024 elections. And we'll have to see where that plays out. But I'm not hopeful at this moment that the NRA is going to be a significant player. I frankly, I believe that they're going to be in receivership by then.
So if they were in a position where they were, pretty influential, if not like one of the largest of the influential players, and they're essentially, and no one's unaware that they're reducing in stature and in influence over the years, is that a factor in Biden, again, suggesting that guns are the health scourge over fentanyl?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's
makes sense, but
the whole move of the Democrats into the
suggest guns as the major distraction. Guns are the root of all problems.
Right. Them moving back into gun control mode, which they really started doing in around 2015, 2016, is to a large degree that they became convinced that gun control was a political winner, and it was to a degree, and not only because of the NRA, but because of the factions within the gun rights movement. We didn't vote as a block. There, between the purists and the extremists and the FUDs and the whoever, we're too divided, and we haven't been able to leverage our power like we did in 1994. And in 1994, we slammed them really hard. It was us and some tax protesters that just smacked the crap out of Congress.
You're talking about the assault weapons ban happened in September, and then in November, essentially Congress got handed walking papers. Everyone fucking left.
Right. We slammed them hugely. We took over the Congress.
And that's why they haven't ever gone back after guns until Obama, however many decades later. Like, it literally scared them shitless for decades.
Right. It made gun control the electric third rail of politics for many, many years. But election after election after election, we demonstrated that we, the gun voters, demonstrated that we were fragmented and weren't voting as a block. We were putting other things ahead of our guns, or taking a different strategy, that I'm going to vote libertarian because libertarians are solid on guns. Well, but they don't win seats. And if they don't win seats and your vote, you and your buddies' votes for the Libertarian means that the Democrat won that seat, well, we didn't win anything. We didn't accomplish anything. You didn't teach the Republicans any kind of lesson, but you did teach the Democrats that they can win with gun control. And that's the kind of thing that we've been fighting really hard for the last, several years, at least 10 years, to try and overcome. And it's again, repeating myself, it's not chess, it's not 4D chess, it's not checkers, it's freaking tic-tac-toe. Either win the square or block the square. I consider a rhino a block. I consider a solid pro-gun Republican a win, but a Democrat is a loss, because if the Democrats have the majority, they have the power, and we can't accomplish anything. We have to get the majority, and we also need the White House. And then we've got the guys who say, well, we had a majority in the House and a majority in the Senate, and we had the White House, and they didn't do anything. And yeah, that's true, and we need to hold their feet to the fire for that, but we don't need to let the Democrats take control because the Republicans didn't do good enough last time. We need to help make the Republicans do better. And we have to vote as a block. We have to fill that square. We have to block the Democrats from getting those majorities. And you can't do that by protest votes for libertarians or protest not voting, and walking away with an upraised middle finger. That doesn't win elections. That doesn't accomplish the goal. We have to win elections.
Another way to say it is it accomplishes the goals of the Bloomberg, who would love it when you do that for free. When you do it for free.
You're giving him the win when you don't go to the polls, when you don't bring your family to the polls, when you don't make sure that your wife and your kids understand we vote for this, and this guy. We don't vote for this guy, this guy, this guy, or this guy. That's it. Here's a list. Please. There was a great example of this in Maryland many years ago. They had a big gun ban vote that was coming up, and it was in a midterm election, a really low turnout, but they got an incredibly high turnout for that election. Nobody was expecting such a turnout. And the reason, everybody conceded, the reason that there was such a big turnout was because of the gun vote that was on the ballot that year, and that it was the pro-gunners who had turned out that record turnout. But then you looked down into the details, a lot of exit polling, and breaking down the details in the exit polling, and those pro-gunners who went to the polls brought their wives with them, but they didn't educate their wives before they got to the polls, and a lot of the wives voted for the gun control bill and nullified their husbands' votes, and we lost. And it was because we turned out, but we brought canceling votes along with us. And you just look at that and you shake your head. Guys.
Well, but that's what elections in a system like we've got, that's an opportunity. So you learn that lesson and then you apply.
Well, I hope we learned it.
Well, but I'm just saying, I'm learning about it for the first time. That's the whole point, though. We're using the soapbox to get out information so people can be aware of this and hopefully bring it up in conversations at work and school and church and late night places and that kind of thing. So, no, that's. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, but yeah, I'd never heard of or I hadn't thought of a couple of different things you've been bringing up here, and your point about a protest vote for the libertarians and whatnot is about the most effective I've heard for strategy going into 24, at least as far as people. Now, Is that going to be? Is your suggestion there going to be determined at all, or would you change your mind at all if it's Trump or not?
No,
Okay, as long as it's not a Democrat, in other words.
Trump's not my favorite. I strongly support DeSantis. I think that DeSantis would not only be
DeSantis
the
is
better
Florida, right? He's the Florida governor.
Florida governor. I think that he would be the better candidate, regardless of who the Democrats put up. I don't think it's going to be Joe Biden in the end. But I think DeSantis would be the better candidate, has a better chance of actually winning, and I think that he would be a much better president. He's proven himself to be a very effective manager and leader in Florida. He's not a great campaigner, that's for sure, but I think that DeSantis is the better choice. I'd like to see him name Nikki Haley as his running mate, and the two of them just knock everybody else out of the thing and challenge Trump, because I don't think that Trump can win at this point. And I think, like I say, I think that Biden is going to pull out, and they're going to throw somebody else in there, whether it's Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, or Kamala would get a lot of that, guilty white liberal vote that Biden won't get, and she's distanced herself from him a little bit, but I don't know. She would be a disaster. Newsom would be a disaster, but either one of them, I think, would have a better chance of beating Trump than Biden does. The only person that Trump can beat right now is Biden, and I don't think Biden is going to be the Democrat candidate. But all of that said, if Trump is the Republican candidate, I will vote for him. I will campaign for him. I will encourage gun voters to vote for him, because we can't have 4 more years of this crap. I don't know that we can survive another 4 years of Democrat rule. And if the Republican doesn't win the White House, there's a very good chance that Republicans are not going to take majorities in the House and Senate. And if we get a Democrat sweep, it's going to get ugly very, very quickly. I do not have high hopes for this country if Democrats win in 2024 across the board. I think that would be a very, very bad thing, not just for gun rights. I see Patriots' question about.
Yeah, they said that was getting bigger. So I was also going to give Gizzard a chance if he wanted to chime in on anything. I know if he's awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. I really don't have a whole lot to add. I kind of echo Jeff's sentiments on the election and everything else. But yeah, there is an awful lot of split. That's the thing, is we're not very unified.
Mm-hmm.
And we need a unifying force of some sort, whoever that is. And I'm not real sure how to accomplish that, but the other side's unified. When you're going up against a unified force and we're not there, that makes it kind of tough to fight.
That's why I'm kind of glad to see this split over the whole Palestinian-Israel question amongst the lefties, is that it's breaking up their unified bloc. And does that mean that they're going to break up their voting bloc? See, and this is the kind of the difference, is that we're very unified on our core beliefs and principles on the gun issue, where we have quite a bit of diversity in other political issues among our ranks, but the majority of our ranks tend to be conservatives, and we're solidly behind the principles of the Second Amendment. But we can't seem to get together to vote as a block and, back the candidates that, and here's the challenge, that some of those candidates that we need to support don't support us. But I'll tell you, I would vote. I will vote for a rhino over a Democrat because majority matters, numbers count. I'll then, actively work to primary that rhino the next time they're up for election. But, if I was in Texas, I would vote for John Cornyn, but I would certainly vote for somebody else to beat him in the Republican primary. But if he wins the Republican primary, I will vote for and support John Cornyn, even though I think he's a slimy lawyer and backstabber. So, it's not, it doesn't taste very good, but at the same time, it's not about how it tastes or how it feels right at this moment. It's about winning. We can't win the fight if we don't win the elections first.
All right, so we got Gunswater suggesting that DeSantis has no chance to win in a general election. He doesn't know how to. He's not charismatic. So that's actually something that'd be interesting. I haven't done a political chat in a while, but we are going into a year that it's going to matter. So we'll probably host some political chats, but I don't want to get off on too many tangents. There's actually been a question from Patriot that I keep blowing off here, I think for about an hour and a half at this point. So sorry, Patriot. I'm sure you're asleep by now. But Patriot is our friend in Michigan. He says, I was told absentee ballots are good because you receive all elections, dog catcher to president. You never miss one. Any thoughts on that? And that's an interesting point, again, going into 24, which is going to be an important election. I never thought about this before, but I guess when you apply for an absentee ballot, they're just going to give you everything across the board.
Right. You get the full ballot, and you get a ballot for every election whenever an election is held. And it is, in theory, a good thing. And one of the great advantages, it's like in my household here in Arizona, we've had mail-in balloting, of course, for decades. But my wife has very little interest in politics. She doesn't care. She doesn't want to be bothered with it. She doesn't like it. So our ballots come in, and I sit down at the kitchen table, and I go through and I mark both ballots. And occasionally I'll talk with her about some particular candidate or some issue or whatever. But my wife isn't canceling my vote. And I know that she's not canceling my vote because she has me fill it out for her. And I think that happens in a lot of households. When my two adult sons were living with us, I would sit down and we would fill out all of the ballots together, because they had no idea, especially once you get past the top couple of people, and we would fill them all out. I used to be of the opinion that I would hold on to the ballot until election day, just in case somebody died or, got caught in bed with somebody they shouldn't be. But now it turns out after the last election that holding it and taking it in and turning it in on election day causes problems and opens up potential. But here's the big problem with absentee balloting, is that it opens up for fraud and abuse to a pretty significant degree. Here in Arizona, ballot harvesting is illegal. I can't go to a nursing home or work at a nursing home and collect all of my patients' ballots and fill them out and put a scribble where their signature should be and mail those in. I can't do that. I can't go door to door in an apartment building and get people to fill out their ballot and give it to me so that I can turn it in for them. Being a good neighbor, it's illegal for me to do that. But I can tell you that it was 2018, I was following things very close. No, 2020, I was following things very closely and had access to the voter databases in Arizona. And I statewide, and actually it was mostly in Maricopa and Pima counties, that we had literally thousands of votes from people who had not voted in any of the last 4 previous elections and who were over 85, all the way up to 101. How do you suddenly get several thousand people who haven't voted in years voting? It struck me as very, very
Because
odd.
state where people come to retire and they've figured out ways to keep getting the things that show up in the mail. Something doesn't get alerted. Is that what's going on?
Right. I think that what's happening is that they put plants into nursing homes and started collecting those ballots. And another thing that we saw was people registering their kids and people out of state. We had thousands of ballots that were found to be at one address in Phoenix that was a vacant lot. And those were all counted. Those were all ruled valid. It's the system has significant flaws. One of the problems, one of the challenges is that we don't have the volunteers that we used to have. We have more voters and fewer people who are willing to go down and work the polls on election day. So you have fewer polling locations because there aren't enough people to staff multiple polling locations. And you have fewer poll watchers, and you have fewer volunteers who are helping out. And so trying to do a paper ballot same day voting is extremely difficult. I don't know what the answer is, but it has to start with everybody doing everything they can to make voting, make the laws and the regulations that cover the voting as fair and unbiased and as clear and as effective at catching people trying to cheat as can be humanly possible. And we're not there by any stretch of the imagination. But there are advantages. Absolutely, there are advantages to absentee balloting. But there are also disadvantages. A lot of conservatives thought, like I did, that I don't want to mail it in because I don't know that it's going to get there. So I want to go and hand deliver it on election day. But then it takes it 2 weeks for them to count that. And that opens up the door for more shenanigans.
And you can drop it off in person ahead of time, right? And I guess that can offset that, or are they still not
potentially, but that it has potential for abuse anywhere along the line.
I don't like the idea that they get a bunch of. I mean, I guess they're going to get them in the mail from the service and people that are serving overseas in different capacities that are voting, right? So they're going to get them in the mail no matter what. So I guess I can understand why not allow people who have a problem getting to the poll or just don't feel like it have access to voting. Great. I'm all right. I guess I can understand it.
Right. It used to be absentee balloting, and now it's turned into mail balloting, like is in Arizona.
But if they're going to allow, let's say, 2 weeks ahead of time, you can start sending them in, and then they're going to start counting them like that. I don't know if I'm down with, like, start counting them all at the same time or something, or like somehow, I don't know. And how come? Well, I don't know. That's a whole nother discussion, perhaps. Um,
Well, see, the ballots that come in advance here in Arizona, the way it works is the ballots that are mailed in advance, they process them and stack them into the machines ready to be counted, but they
Okay.
don't actually start counting them until election day.
Okay, but there's like giant money counting machines that are just gonna
Right,
plow through.
right. It just feeds them through like a copy machine and counts them up. And of course, there's the question of how secure those machines are, how easy they are to mess with, and you know, there hasn't been satisfactory answers to that. You know, so there are a lot of problems out there with our election system, and I don't particularly trust the early voting, and I think that it absolutely should not be, you know, a month of voting before the election. You know, if they're going to do it, let's send out the ballots one week, collect them the next week, and you vote on that day, and there you are. You know, but this let's drag it out for weeks and weeks is, I think, kind of crazy.
So you live in south of here. You live in Pima County also. So our county is bigger than Connecticut. I like hearing that.
I live in Cochise County.
Oh, I thought you live in Pima. Okay, so is your county bigger than us? No, we're still bigger than you, right?
You got way more people. Footprint wise, we're we're probably about the same size, maybe a little bigger than you, but way bigger people.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm mixing up because we're big. So big states. Also, I like to mention that once in a while so that people have some perspective. This is two counties in southern Arizona, south of Tucson. If you look at a map, two counties south of Tucson that are bigger than Connecticut, the whole state. So the East Coast is definitely more crowded or smaller than it is out here. But we have Eli, or you have Eli as a congressperson.
I think you have him. I don't have him.
So I like to think of when I listen to quite a few military interview type of shows where people in the military or veterans interview other veterans. Just interesting to hear about the different adventures and the different origin stories, and then the different how they've transitioned out of the military and what they've done afterwards, and their successes and failures and all that kind of stuff. So, and I've heard of Eli. If you haven't, he's the guy with the 50 BMG bottle openers, and he was on Shark Tank, and now he's our congressperson for Arizona. But I think he's an ultimate success story, what I'm about to suggest. So listening to all these veterans who've dealt with a 20-year something global war on terror, who either went in from 9/11 or were already in and ready to go at 9/11, and were old hats. So this is a global war on terror. Literally, people went in or were in started the war. Their sons were in, and then their grandsons were in. So this is a long war, and it's created a bunch of people who have experience and insight, and then of course all the people that they touch either immediately, like their families and close friends and stuff, but then the business people and other people they influence in their time after. So I think there's a potential there for not, and I don't know if maybe it is, but the same way that the people coming home from World War II brought a certain element to society, to the culture of the United States, with that experience of culture and understanding of real strife and real, experience with other countries and different levels of wealth and understanding. So when those people from World War II hit the scene as adults and started their influence in society, in industry, and in politics, things changed a bit. Is there going to be an influence in that with these new politicians? Are we going to see, as the Feinsteins and Pelosi's and the elderly are leaving, the people that came in as communists trying to change us from within, as they leave and these, they're replaced, are they only going to be replaced by clones of themselves? or they're going to be these new politicians. And I'm thinking of like a Gabby, no, Tulsi Giffords or somebody was.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Gabbard was like a Navy or Air Force or something, and she's a Democrat, but still like this like new, let's call them, I don't know what to call them, but is this an element, and is this a factor, and am I overly optimistic, or am I?
First off, Republicans have done a terrible job of reaching out to veterans and supporting veterans, the new veterans, and I don't know the answer exactly to that. I'm a life member of the VFW myself, and I hate the way a lot of veterans organizations do this, that it's about money and giving more stuff to veterans. I much prefer respect and a strong country and better oversight of the military. Those are my issues as a veteran, more than whether I get, PX privileges or a nicer waiting room at the VA hospital. So I think Republicans have done a crap job of reaching out in that way and bringing more veterans more solidly into their camp. On the other side, the Democrats, as far as new politicians are concerned, Tulsi Gabbard is an exception. The direction the Democrat Party is going is Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That's the direction that the Democrats are going, and I hope that that's going to be their undoing. But they seem to be getting much more radical, while
too many extremes and too many directions, and just completely unravel them.
While the Republicans are trying to maintain this good old boys club that is just silly too. They need to be bringing up those young guys. I was disappointed with Eli and his opposition to McCarthy, his vote against McCarthy. I wish that he and Andy Biggs had not done that. But we've got a new speaker now, and hopefully this guy can get something done. But the Republican caucus in Congress looks like the Republican Party out here in the States, that you've got people who have unrealistic expectations and demands, and they need to get realistic with those expectations and demands, and look at the bigger picture and what's good for the country. Politicians don't look at what's good for the country anymore. Politicians look for what's good for me, or at least that's the way it comes across to me, and I think a whole lot of other voters. And that's pretty darn frustrating, because I was raised in a house of morals and of right and wrong, and of country before self, and integrity. And I look at this, and I don't see that on either side of the political spectrum these days in our elected politicians, and I think that that's a real problem, and we need to figure out how to fix it.
And you don't see you see the people I used as examples as like outliers, not indicators
Right.
of a new trend.
No, they're outliers in my opinion. I don't see that. I don't see that as a trend at all. So.
Right on. Well, I appreciate, because I'm kind of, we're obviously going a little astray from 2A, but at the same time, about to go into an election year. It's going to be critical again. Any national election is critical, especially when we've got the wider thing of like judges and long-term strategies from the antis and things like the NRA and the situation it's in, and the states, frailing or whatever you want to say, like resisting the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association decision. But another, if you got a second, still, we've been going for a long time, so I appreciate your time here tonight. Blue says, I think the best way to get our gun rights back legally is having well-known politicians like Brandon Herrera, I don't know if you know him, protest to get them all back, since he has a massive following of agreeers. So, do you know who this is?
Yeah, and I like Brandon a lot. I think that he's a little rough around the edges for a whole lot of Republicans. He's running up against Tony. I can't remember Tony's last name.
In Texas?
Down in Texas, yeah, in the Texas 23. And I would love to see Brandon win that. I was the first person to write a national article in support of him as soon as he announced his campaign. But here's an example of what I consider a problem. Is I wrote that article, I put it out, I posted it all over social media wherever I could, and I before I published it, I reached out to his website. I don't have direct contact with Brandon. I've never met him. I know some of his friends, and I reached out to several of his friends and said, hey, I'm trying to get a hold of the campaign. I'm volunteering to help. I am, I'd like a quote to go in this article, get back to me. And 2 weeks later, somebody from the campaign reached out and said, oh yeah, sorry, we had problems with our website, but it's fixed now. And never responded to any more of my emails. It's the political consulting has become an industry, and it's easy to have the wrong people running your show, and it's easy to leave it to them, and you can't. Brandon needs to take control of his campaign. He needs to be more serious about it, although it's very, very early, and so there's potential. But I think that it looks not good that here I was publishing a very high praise article about him and supportive, and I can't get them to, respond to me. That's not a good campaign so far, Brandon. So I'm a little disappointed about that. But yeah, I'd like to see guys like Brandon get more involved. But we can't get the YouTubers and the social media guys to do a lot of stuff. I don't know if we can get Brandon elected. I think that if he wins the primary, he wins the election, but winning the primary is going to be very, very difficult. And it's going to take a lot of help. And so there we go.
Right on. I didn't really, I don't know how significant the office, I guess, that he's running for in Texas is, or where it.
Well, it's for Congress. He's running for the
actual Congress. I thought it was Texas Congress or something.
No, he's running for the House in the 23rd District of Texas, which reaches all the way from San Antonio to El Paso. It's a huge district, not a lot of people, but they're all spread out all over that place.
The border side, the border included?
Yeah, all the way all the way to the border, and it doesn't include El Paso itself. It's just the edges, the eastern edge of El Paso and the western edge of San Antonio.
If anybody's ever driven that, that's about one of the most boring places to drive. It's not the worst place to drive in Texas, but it's a horrible drive. It's a long way, and it's like 5 hours drive.
Yeah, it's a lot of nothing.
But it's all on the border, international border with Mexico.
All of Big Bend up into, Alpine, the Jeff Davis Mountains, and all of that at Pecos and Fort Stockton, and all of that is in the 23rd.
And then unlike Arizona, that would be like 90% forest and BLM and parks and stuff. In Texas, that's pretty much the other way around. It's pretty much all public or private land. I mean, it's all owned by somebody.
Yeah, most of it. The railroads own a lot of it, but for some reason I don't really understand. But yeah, but it's kind of like Cochise County. You got a couple of good-sized towns, but you got a whole lot of nothing out there with just a few of us, sprinkled around in the hills and washes, and so it's a hard area to campaign in. But and actually his opponent just did a live thing a couple of weeks ago with Elon Musk down on the border. And that's...
I was going to say, that's also a pretty important section of the border, international border with Mexico, with the whole illegal trades going across.
Well, and the big thing is that it also includes Uvalde, Texas. And with the horror that happened at Uvalde, Tony came out and voted in favor of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and has said some anti-gun things since then and doubled down on it. So he's ripe for being primaried, and if nothing else, a good, strong primary against him will hopefully wake him up a little bit and get him paying attention to gun voters a bit more.
When people say being primary, does that mean simply putting somebody against them so that they know they're not the only game in town, or does it mean winning?
Whether you win or not, my opinion is that you've got to primary anybody who stabs us in the back, anybody who doesn't toe the line.
When I hear primary, I guess I always assume that meant we try to we try to get the votes to get the seat removed from them, like get somebody else in there.
Right.
It doesn't.
Primary. When I say to primary someone, I mean to run somebody against them in the next primary election.
But that alone, in other words, not also implying winning. You're just saying.
Well, I would prefer to win. Like in Brandon's case, I would very much prefer for Brandon to win that primary and win that seat. But even if he doesn't win the primary, if he runs a good, strong primary, it's a slap up the side of the head of the guy that he's running against.
It's an adjustment because the person whose position that the primary was successful, that tells that other politician there's a interest here that's overwhelming. Right. That I almost lost my seat. Right.
There's a bunch of voters that I'm not getting that I should be getting.
Oh, I'd like to have that explained. An interesting tactic that I always assumed it meant, let's run a libertarian against him and try to win. Let's run a Republican against him and try to win. Let's run somebody against him and try to win. In other words, we're just hedging the herd. We're just telling them, hey, look, this is important. We're putting a candidate in here with this issue. We're pushing. We're pushing. This issue is important.
Well, in the election cycle, you have the primary first, and it's Republicans running against Republicans to see who's going to be the candidate. And if you've got this 98% of incumbents in Congress win every time, that's a ridiculously high percentage. They shouldn't, and we the voters should change that. And I don't think that we should need term limits to accomplish that. But um, the when the Republican primary rolls around, if if Trump's not your guy, you vote for DeSantis. And same thing if Tony, I wish I could remember what his last name is, but anyway, if Tony's not your guy, you vote for Brandon. Um, and so either way, you're sending a message. Ideally, we get every time we do this, we get a solid pro-gun. And see, this is one of the other things. Brandon is a big YouTube influencer, got a big following, is friends with a lot of other big YouTube influencers that have big followings, although there's probably a whole lot of crossover there. But you couldn't get Matt Carricker at Demolition Ranch to say anything in support or opposition of a candidate for office until Brandon Herrera declared that he was running. And suddenly Matt Carricker is willing to show his support for Brandon because he's a friend of his. Well, we need, and most of these gun tubers tend to be that way, that they might talk a little bit about politics sometimes, but very rarely. And Matt doesn't at all. He's never gone into politics at all. And so this has broken that wall down. And so now Matt has strongly, promoted Brandon and brings him on his show pretty frequently because they're friends, and he's got to, But now the question is whether Brandon wins or loses in other battles around the country, gun tubers could play a role. Social media influencers could play a bigger role. And I really would like to see that, after the 2019 NRA debacle, when all of this dirt on Wayne LaPierre came out, and you had all of these gun tubers talking about it and talking about Dump LaPierre, and we should do something about this. And then they kind of were gearing up for the next NRA convention, but then that next NRA convention didn't happen and got delayed some more. And finally it was there in Tucson where you were there. And none of the gun tubers were there. None of the gun tubers were involved anymore, and they haven't been involved ever since. And so that's a problem, that they need to be more involved in the gun rights movement, not just in creating media, content for their channel. Because I used to say the same thing about the magazines. A lot of gun magazines didn't have any political content at all for years. And when I would challenge them on it, they would say, well, the NRA takes care of that. We don't want to be the American Rifleman. And it's like, well, dude, how much circulation do you have? American Rifleman's got 4 million. Maybe you should get into that more. And of course, a lot of those magazines have gone belly up since then, but still, too many in the gun world are afraid of getting their hands dirty with politics. And that's a problem in my opinion. And I hope that that Brandon will help to break that logjam and help open that up and get more of these guys actually talking about this stuff. Eric over at Iraq Veteran 8888 has started doing more of that and getting more involved. So has Tim over at Military Arms Channel. They've gotten involved with GOA, but I'm still waiting to see if they'll get aggressively political as we get closer into the election. because it's not their forte. It's not what they really want to talk about or what they think their audience wants to hear about. So they have to be careful about the way they put it forward. But I think that there's a whole lot of potential there and a whole lot of influence, and that they need to use that influence for the benefit of the community. So I'd like to see that.
So I don't want to keep going too late because we've been going for a number of hours and it's late. But
Right.
I did have one last question. I'll ditch everybody else's question here and just apologize. But yeah, obviously, you can understand it's the hour and everything. It's about to hit midnight for us in Arizona. So that means it's super late for everybody else on the listening to this live. Now, if you're listening to this in the future, it was a 4-hour podcast. Hopefully, it was of value to you. So I'll ask Jeff this last question, and then we'll talk about how you can support Jeff and what he's got going on at the Firearms Coalition. But I was asking this myself as you were saying something much earlier. I honestly don't even remember anymore what the context of this one was. But is a community, and I don't know if you care about if you call it a culture or a community, or if we're how you'd refer to us as the gun community or as a gun culture or whatever we are. But are our internal divisions, are our fragments, are those organic or are those influenced by outside? Are we getting pushed on the cracks, or are cracks our own devices?
There are our own devices, although there is some attempts to influence us in some of our people in different directions. It's hard. We're a very diverse group, and we take our stuff seriously. And guys who take it more seriously have a tendency to be dismissive or derisive towards the guys who take it less seriously. Um, but and like I say, everybody thinks that they have the answer, and that that's everybody should be doing what they think they should be doing, and it's tough. And my take on it, my position on it is, yes, we can disagree on how hard to push when and where to push, at various times. But if we agree on the core principles, one of the biggest dividers is it's just a uniparty. The Republicans are as bad as the Democrats. It doesn't matter. That's not true. It's wrong. It's destructive to repeat that nonsense. The Republicans aren't great, but the Democrats are terrible. Okay, so let's go with the Republicans and try and make them better. If we could get libertarians elected, we could go with libertarians. I think the whole party should just fold up and go become PCs for the Republicans and blow them out of the water. And the Democrats, if you're a libertarian who somehow leans more Democrat, well, go be a PC for the Democrats, join their party and make it better. If
What's a
you're
PC?
a precinct committeeman, it's the lowest person on the political structure. It's the worker bees of the party. So the state's divided into counties, and the counties are divided into voting precincts, and each voting precinct gets so many committeemen that are elected positions for their party, and those precinct committeemen get to vote on who's going to be the chairman of the party and who's going to be, on the various muckety-muck things within the party. So, go get involved with the political party and do something with them, make them better, push them in the right direction. I wish that here in Arizona, you go to a Republican convention, and most uh, most of the people in that room are going to be solid pro-gun. But that's not true in, Republican conventions in Illinois or Pennsylvania. Um, it depends on, where. And of course, the biggest problem is the big cities. They have lots of votes and they have lots of Democrats. But yeah, it's not easy. And the point that I was trying to make is that, yeah, we can disagree on some of the details, but when it comes to election day, we have to be at the polls. We have to be voting for the party that's going to do the least amount of damage. We're never going to find a perfect politician, but we've got, or a perfect party, but we've got to play tic-tac-toe. It's either a win the square or block the square. And, a rhino is a block. Yeah, I would prefer that we didn't have the rhinos, but I would rather have the rhino than the vehemently anti-gun Democrat giving the Democrats the majority. And that's just reality,
Like I say, we'll have more shows devoted to politics because I think everybody knows the Schoolhouse Rock, the little animated cartoons we
I'm a
have,
Bill.
right? And I think those were between our commercial or cartoons on Saturdays, or maybe
Yep.
after schools also. I forget now, but we definitely all have them programmed into our brains, and we think fondly of them. And it's probably how a lot of us think of at least basically, politics or our governmental system or whatever. But to that same light, I think that we can have more understanding of some of this stuff. Just some of the stuff that you mentioned earlier, I was going to ask about. I've ditched those questions now, so we've been going on for so long. But perhaps we can have a dedicated show just to talk about like what to do as a volunteer, what to do as someone who's interested in, doing something, boots on the ground, and then how to be effectively useful to a candidate or something, and just some
Right.
of the basics. Civic stuff, just stuff that some people may
Right.
just know, and some people like me, haven't even thought about it before, perhaps.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of that that folks, could get trained up on and would find useful. And I'd be happy to talk about it anytime.
Right on. And then, well, like I say, you've got stuff that you've got going on. So why don't you take a minute here to let people know how to contact you? Oh, I had this one on the screen that Gunswater had said earlier, and then he said again. I didn't put it on the screen long enough. Thanks for having you on. Definitely need to hear you more. Your dad was a hero of his at a young age. So
Yep. Well, I appreciate that, and he was a hero of mine at a young age too. Uh, but yeah, it's you can find my writing at firearmsnews.com and at ammoland.com. You can find my archives and some other stuff at firearmscoalition.org. It's all just one word, no spaces, no dashes, no nothing, just firearmscoalition.org. And a lot of good information there. I'm running for the NRA Board of Directors. I just sent them a bunch of petitions, and hopefully it's enough to get me on the ballot. And maybe we'll have an election this year. It's up in doubt because they've screwed it up so bad. I think that we're heading very quickly towards the courts appointing a receiver over the association. And depending on who they appoint, it could be the end of the association. All we can do is try and steer the courts in the right direction, but it's a mess. So Hopefully there's 4 of us that are reform candidates. Hopefully all 4 of us will get on the ballot, and hopefully all 4 of us will get elected if they have an election. Otherwise, hopefully we'll have some sort of voice with the courts in the reorganization of the association. We'll see. But anyway, firearmscoalition.org. Invite people to come by and take a look at what we're doing.
And I just put a link in there. There's a link at the top left that says donate to the Firearms Coalition. Does that work? That's a good link to send people to?
As far as I know.
Okay, so if somebody wants to test that as a capitalist, free to send.
If you're gonna send out a link, just send out the main link, and
I did. Yeah.
Find that. Yeah. But
just let me know.
If it doesn't work, please let me know, because it hurts when it doesn't work.
Yeah, test it. Go, throw a couple of bucks at Jeff. Let him know that you appreciate what he's got going on and what he's offering here. And then you've got the book. Your brother's book, your dad's book, The Gun Rights War. You can buy that right on the website also.
Yep. And that's also available on Amazon as an ebook for like 99 cents or something. But it really is a spectacular bathroom book, because it's all made up of short articles. So having it in the bathroom is handy. Just can get a short article out of the way and take care of your business and be back at it and be smarter for it.
Yeah, and again, if you're trying to do something like wake up and read, it's a great way to read a couple articles out of there if you're in a vehicle or something and you're not going to have time or patience or ability to concentrate on something, maybe on a train ride or something. You're looking for something that's more article-like. I find them, I end up picking it up and just kind of opening it and reading an article or two, unless I'm looking for something, because what'll happen is it'll either kind of like rolling the dice. Sometimes it'll apply to what we've got going on, but often, even if it's not the same fight or the same thing that's happening right now, there's some insight or something that is illuminating. And the way your dad writes, and these are essentially what do you call that? Accumulation of the articles, or a
compilation of his articles over about 40 years. And I think Chris did a really good job of organizing them in a logical way, and also his notes that he puts in there, they help put things into context and help people understand what was going on at this time when Dad wrote this. Chris and I have talked about sitting down and recording the book, so that to make an audio book out of it, and we should do that at some point. But yeah, each article is usually about 850 words, somewhere in that ballpark, and that's not a
easily
real
consumable.
read. Yeah.
The thing is, when you're just thumbing through, you can determine, I got this much time, I'm going to read this article, short one, long one, medium, whatever.
Right.
So yeah, definitely. It's more than a coffee table book because it's paperback. At least my copies are paperback. You can carry it around, take it with you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks again for jumping in for an Every Second Matters, and then it turned into an epic, 3+ hour conversation. We'll end it and we'll chat a bit offline because I know we haven't chatted in a bit. But for everyone who joined us live, thanks again for sticking with it. If you're listening to this on a podcast, do appreciate the thumb or the like or the whatever it is, a heart or something. That's how the systems recognize which podcasts to read to suggest to others. So that helps us out. And again, this is all due to our Patreons. Our Patreons give us the ability to spend time like this without any concern. I'm not trying to sell you anything, I guess, other than the concept of supporting us and other stuff you might value with a subscription on Patreon. A lot of people buy us a cup of coffee each month. Some people buy us lunch. So like a $5 or $25 subscription over on Patreon, or membership over on Patreon, however you want to look at it, allows us to keep the 3 servers that we have running for things like the Every Second Matters website and Minuteman University, and a couple of dozen other websites that are archives and resources for Second Amendment data, but also the social platforms, the calendars, and projects like this, the podcast and the live shows, and using the socials to not sell or entertain, but instead to inspire and motivate and hopefully educate. So again, appreciate everybody who's participating in that financially as capitalists. And I'll throw a quick commercial up here for our store, which is another way that as capitalists you can devote resources financially to things you value, like our project.
GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.
Boy, my internet is junky, so I hope that